Okay, welcome to the last night of review. How are we feeling? Mixed emotions, little concern, little stress, a lot of stress. It's all normal. I totally get it. I feel it too when I'm in your position. Let's have a couple words about that. So, earlier this week, Monday, I have a closing on Friday. This is a short story. Closing on Friday. Monday, I find out people didn't have things needed to be acquired. Closing on Friday, in jeopardy. Guess what? I felt panic. I felt like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen if this doesn't take place? People aren't going to close. It could all fall apart. Anxiety, whether test anxiety, performance anxiety, stage fright, a moment like that, because a deal might fall through that means a lot to a lot of people, a lot of moving expenses on the line and various other things. Buckle up. This is a lesson in that. It's going to be that way, right? So two things, and I say this with love. This is a long game. Both getting this license, getting into the business, and actually doing the business. And these moments of stage fright, panic, are not the end. They will come back. So learning how to get your center, right? Whatever phrase you want to use, find your happy place. Learning how to talk yourself off the ledge so that you can hold it together for your client is going to be your best move, right? The sooner the better. And this is sort of a miniature version of that. Because just think about it. If that stuff falls apart, that transaction, people get really mad. Their money is on the line. Now you might become the scapegoat and it gets ugly. This is its own thing. And I'm not taking away from the stress and pressure you're feeling maybe right now, but it's not the same as when people might start thinking about complaining about you, suing you. Other people are even just harmed and you just feel bad because other people, their plans get delayed and money starts getting lost and it's other people's money that you were put in charge of. So this is sort of a junior version of that. It's only your consequences now, but eventually it'll be theirs too. So I say all that to say this: find your mindset strategy. I've spent thousands of dollars and thousands of hours on coaching and courses over the years, over 27 years, you can imagine. And when you get in the business, you're going to be presented with all kinds of offers of that same stuff. And a lot of it's good and a lot of it's not. But what the good ones have in common that I used to take for granted and be like, yeah, let's just get to the good stuff, is they spend the first part of the session on mindset. And after years and years of just rolling my eyes at it, it matters. It really does count. And those days when you're just feeling down in the dumps about the business and then some stuff amplifies and piles on, that's when you have to be the cheerleader, right? You've got to get your head in the right, even if you're not really there. If you're a parent, I can only imagine, you've dealt with this too. You still had to perform and get those bodies out of beds and get them brushed and get them sent out the door, even if you didn't feel like getting out of the bed yourself. So it's sort of like that, right? So get your mindset game down. If that means looking for videos and things on YouTube, finding your favorite motivational speaker, whether Gary Vaynerchuk or David Goggins or whoever it might be, who has dealt with obstacles and things just against them, whatever it takes. It might be a song, it might be just a sort of a rah-rah thing, whatever you can do to get amped up, and then have your game plan in place for when the panic sets in. It might just be taking a deep breath, closing your eyes, and just thinking, okay, let me reduce this challenge before me to its most basic element. It might just be that I need to read through the question a little slower. The second thing here is this. What's the upside? First of all, if you can stick it out, the long game, you're going to get a license. To do what? To sell big ticket items. I mean, these are not shoes. These aren't even cars. These are things that could make you enough commission to buy a car in cash, right? And so that takes a minute. It takes a little while to get established, but it also lets you see some serious upside potential. So even if this journey that you're in right now takes you a little longer, takes you a few more tries than you would like, we all want to pass it the first time. And it might even be that you're in such financial dire straits that you aren't able to afford a second try right away. Maybe you have to take a breath and save up to try again. I've seen it all. I've seen people that had a lot on the line financially, and they were looking to this as sort of their last ditch effort. And that puts a lot of pressure on it, right? You kind of have to think, well, okay, here I am. I can't change the timing. I can't go back in time. So let's make the most of this thing. When I'm about to play in front of a bunch of people, guitar on stage, and I start second guessing, do I know the parts? My backup plan is this. Well, do I know a simple enough version that can get me through it? Because the practice mindset is different than the performance mindset. Performance is just, let's just stay on time. Even if we don't play as fancy, but just keep on time and don't mess anybody else up. Well, for you, this test is, let's just keep it as simple as possible. Even if I don't pass this time, I will pass eventually, right? That sort of drop back and punt. What's the worst possible case scenario? You try again. Not a bad scenario. Yes, it costs more money. Yes, it takes more time. But I can promise you this. Everybody I've seen who took several tries did better with each try. It does get better. The repetitions never fail. The more of them you can do, the better off you are. Even if it means that you have to try this whole thing, the whole class over again. Just accept that now so that you're not devastated just in case it happens, right? Take that pressure off. Hit the little pressure release valve on your brain and think, okay, what's the worst possible thing? I try again. And that's really your only other option, right? Don't give up, though. I'm not advocating, please don't let go of your dreams, right? Don't just think, this isn't for me because I didn't pass the first time. It gets better each time. And for some people, it takes a little longer than others. My brother was 13 years younger than me. When he was in 10th grade, I was in 25 or 28, however old that math adds up to. And I found out 2 months into his fall semester, he was failing chemistry. I failed chemistry 10 years earlier. But somehow, because I was trying to help him, I was able to read those chapters, learn the material myself for the first time, because I didn't last time when it was just for me, and teach it to him. And we got him to an A-. It wasn't that he was dumb or slow. It's just that he learned in a different way than the teacher was teaching. And when he had somebody to kind of help him and hold his hand and sort of say, let's look at it from this other angle, me in that case, it worked. So it might take you a little longer, and that's okay, because the end goal is that we all end up with a license, right? Once you have the license, none of this stuff matters. This is all history. Nobody cares what your score was. In fact, if you pass, when you pass, you won't even know how much you passed by. That's sort of the way it's set up. And some of you, that's going to drive you crazy. You're going to really wish that you could know. But the only time you know your score is if you don't pass when it comes to the PSI. None of that matters. I know a guy who does a great job. He does a great job in the business, and he got into it as a retiree. And I think he had to try 3 or 4 times. But the case for most people is that they've been out of school for a long time. They haven't had to study to this level in a long time. And that's only natural, that it wouldn't be just jump right back in it. I don't know where they got the toy. They brought the toy downstairs. Sorry. So just know that this is temporary. You can do this. If it's not this time, it will be the next time or the time after that. I've seen people who took several times. But again, yeah, it costs money each time, but the money you can make on one commission will just dwarf the money you would probably even spend trying this process several times, right? $156 a shot on the PSI. You pass this class. Maybe you have to take the class over. I think most schools, and I think this one included, does offer a reduced rate if you do have to take the entire class over again. Let's say you have to do that one more time. Well, you're already in it for what, $400 or $500? That's another $200 or $300, and we're getting up close to 1,000. You try the PSI a couple of times, you could be at 1,000 or 1,500, and yeah, that's a lot of money. But you sell a $200,000 house, which is like nothing anymore because the average is like 400,000. Sell a $200,000 house, and there's probably $3 or $4 in commission, with the worst split I can even think of at any company that might just give you pennies. Some of those bigger companies that have higher splits right out of the gates, you'd probably end up with more like $4,500 or $5,000, and that's not even a average price house. So I think it helps to maybe look at the grand picture, the big picture, the forest view instead of the trees. We get so focused on the trees in this course, pass the test. But let's just think, what's the downside? You just get to try again, right? I don't know if that helps. I hope it does. You just have to take the pressure off yourself, and let's just take it a step at a time. Now let's dig into the test. How do we do it? How do we take the test? We read the question very carefully, look at that last part of it, which shows what they're even asking for. Sometimes they lead you along one path, and then you're like, I think they're going to ask me about dual agency. But when you get to that last part, you realize, oh, that's not even what they're asking. So read the whole thing very slowly, very carefully. Then read each answer choice with thought in your mind of this. You're thinking, is this the wrong answer, right? What is wrong with this answer? Until you finally get to one that you're like, I don't see anything wrong with this answer. This might be it. Don't stop there though, right? It might be the second one that looks like the best one. Keep reading, because it's that exact test you're trying to pass for each question. What is the best possible answer for this question? Not could this be right, but is this the best of the choices they've given me? Sometimes all the choices they've given you might feel aren't that great, but is this the best of the worst, right? The best possible one that it could be given the situation. And that's the next piece. Don't read too much into the test question. They might give you a whole bunch of stuff. They might be kind of vague, and you might think, yeah, but what about? You need to just take it at face value. Just work with the information they've provided you, and then read those questions, answer options one by one, and find the best answer for what they've given you in that one little question, right? Here's the other one. If you get to one that's just driving you crazy, you just can't seem to narrow down the answers, maybe down beyond 2 or 3, and it's just not making sense, skip it. Use the skip button. Don't get so bogged down. Some of you who are more competitive than others might be so inclined to just bulldoze your way through it. I will not go on until I do. Don't do that. Think of this test as sort of an onion, layers, right? Go through each question that you can answer within like 30 seconds to 45 seconds time and effort. If you have to spend longer and it's starting to drive you crazy, skip it and then take it on the second pass. So when you've made it all the way through, you at least have your ones that just kind of came to you, and you can feel pretty confident in those. Now let's dig down a little deeper and go and try again. Now, what also might happen is by going through the entire test one time and answering the ones that were relatively simple, some of them might be a hint or give you a little reminder in your mind that helps you with that sticking point on the one that you had to skip. I've seen it before. I've done it myself. So there's a lot of value in just moving on at a certain pace, especially when it comes to the calculation questions if they're really starting to bog you down. And that kind of goes back to mindset too. Don't get so down in the dumps on yourself because of some math thing that you just mess up the next 10 questions and you feel bad. Because again, there's only, on the PSI, there's 8 of them. There's only 8 calculation questions, and they all count the same as even just a basic question of what is a fixture. It's all the same points. Questions? Did I hear anything? I texted you back, by the way. You know who you are. And did you get it? Did you not get it yet? If not, I will make sure that I get that to you. Oh my gosh, those boys are being noisy. I'm going to send this to everybody. It's basically kind of what I just said, except it's basically my answer to one of you guys who was asking me about test anxiety earlier. Okay. Questions. Hopefully you've all taken the practice exams. How long is the whole test tomorrow? That should be in that welcome email, that prep email. Let me pull that up so I can give you some answers there. First of all, did anybody not get that email from Jason last week talking about the upcoming test? Here, I'll do this. I'll turn this into a PDF and I'll attach it right here. So tomorrow, it's going to be me, and Jason will start us off. He'll give you some, here's how this is going to work. And you will pretty much only see me on the screen. You'll have to show him that you don't have any material laid out that you could look at. There we go. And it's just going to be a class mark. Is that it? Class marker? A class marker, that exam that he's going to open and release as of that evening. Here, I'm about to give this to you. So that's what you'll be dealing with. And it also, just like class marker, and just like the PSI, it's going to give you the ability to skip questions. So you can use that same strategy, get some practice with that. Okay, there's the final exam procedure. Thank you, Sheena. National 2 hours, state 1.5 hours. Yep, there it is. Between 70 and 80 questions. The state content has 1.5 hour limit. Let me show you this. So there it is. And it's got some stuff about how you can't be on a phone or a tablet. You need to join with a computer. Passing score is 75% for each section. You'll start with the national, just like you will on the PSI. And then you'll take the state. And 2 hour time limit on the national, 1.5 on the state, 40 questions on the state. If you get a 60 or better, but not a 60 to a 74, then you can try the test again next week on Wednesday. That's our makeup day. It's already scheduled. Next Wednesday is the try again date. If you don't pass them both, and you don't pass the one that you didn't pass this week, next week, then we're going to have to take a class over again in order to sit for the exam again. Talks about using Google Chrome. Let's see. Can't have more than 2 tabs open on your computer during the exam, one for class marker and one for Zoom. And you have to have nothing within arm's reach or sight. No calculator app on your phone or computer. Has to be a simple calculator you might buy at the dollar store. Just a simple little, I call them a dumb calculator. It can't memorize any words, right? 2 pages of blank scratch paper is okay. Nobody else in the room. That might be a challenge for some of you that have an active household. So you're going to have to get the crew together and help them understand, don't bother me. Like, you can't come in here, right? Going to have privacy during that exam. And then if once you're finished, text me or sorry, Zoom chat me. I will have it set up so when you chat, it only is seen by me. So you can let me know both if you're going for a restroom break or if you're done. So I'll know, and then I'll check, because when you finish, Class Marker emails me immediately and gives me your score. And I think it probably tells you your score too. So I'll let you know. I need to take a look before you log off. So don't log off until I've given you the okay. And all of that communication will be via the chat window. So no talking out loud during the test time. I think that's about it for that one. What? Yeah, sure. What do you mean? Earphones, like headphones? Like for the purpose of cutting down noise? Just straight up plugs? That's a Jason question. I don't see why not, as long as he can see that they are legit like foam and not like somebody whispering in your ear kind of thing. They shouldn't have wires coming out of them. They can't be AirPods. But yeah, that's for him to tell you, but I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I don't see why not. You're welcome. Oh, let's see, one more thing. I'll send you that other thing later. That was something specifically for one person, but it can benefit all of you, and I'll take their name off of it and share it with everybody at the break. Okay. Let's start with any sort of test review. Anything is on the table. Final exam, national, state, midterm, license law. Start thinking and telling me in the chat of anything like that, any of those questions you want to go through. I'm going to start just kind of giving you some review points to think about, but that's kind of probably our best use of time is specific test questions, and you can kind of let me walk you through it as to how I would answer them. Let me show you this. Here we go. Let's don't forget the Notion red flags. The words that can kind of help you stay straightened out. Let me do a new one. Here we go. And one of them is client versus customer. What do I mean by client versus customer? There we go. What is the client? Give me some words about what a client is. Client is someone that you owe some stuff to. Yep, there you go. That fiduciary relationship. The person that hires us, that's good. Now, it depends on what they're hiring you for, because it could be that a customer hires you for doing a broker price opinion, right? So it's sort of a grand scheme. You got to kind of look at the big picture. What are they hiring you to do? If they're hiring you to list their house, then they're ultimately going to become a client or a customer. Which one? If you're going to be their listing agent. There you go. Yeah, that's a good point too. Joseph says a provisional broker cannot do a BPO. Let's be more specific about that. A provisional broker can't do a BPO for money. For some reason, I wish they would just say BPOs are always that third party thing and CMAs are always the listing appointment thing, but they don't. So let's be specific. And if it's whatever kind of price estimation you're doing for somebody, a market analysis, whichever the test question calls it, as a provisional broker, you can't do that as a one-off standalone for money for a third-person customer. You can do it if it's not for money and it's part of the job of listing the property and selling it for them, right? Because as a listing agent, that's one of the many things you're responsible for. By the way, you're also responsible for a CMA for buyers too. You got to help them understand what the price or what the probable sales price is going to be when you're helping them put an offer together. And in real life, it's important because, again, I call the list price, I call it the wish price. We don't know if they're even remotely in the ballpark because we're out in the wild. And it might be that they just are hoping. And do you think it's pretty easy to find an agent out there that's going to basically say whatever price you want is the price I'll put on it? Sure. Not that that's the right thing, and they could get in trouble. So there's overpriced listings. There are brokers who didn't do their homework and didn't do a CMA. So as a buyer agent, we might be dealing with that. And so we want to make sure that this list price isn't the one that we're basing it on. Like, we're not saying, oh, this must be the standard. This must be what it's really worth, and we're going to work. I love it when that listing agent says, well, we are reducing the price. We came off by 12%. And I'm like, came off of what? A fictional number you never should have been on to begin with because your list price was nonsense? I say it nicer, but that's how ridiculous the whole concept is, right? So as a buyer agent, we need to do that too. So client versus customer, okay, good. Yeah, I put that in the chat. And I see your test questions, and we'll cover those in just a moment. Client versus customer. Also, what do we owe the client? What are those fiduciary duties that we owe the client? Give me some of those. I got y'all now. Yeah, loyalty. That's a big one. What's the acronym? What's our memory aid acronym? Confidentiality, yeah. Old cars, the whole thing. So the O is obedience. We have to do everything they tell us. Is that true or false? We have to follow their every command. No, not every command, because they may not even know that they're asking us to do something illegal, right? They might not even know that they're asking us to break a fair housing law. Oh, you mean you can't put the words in the description that this is perfect for a single person, one occupant only, because it's a little studio condo? No, I can't, because we've just violated familial status, right? Underage people. So obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, thank you, Kirsty, and reasonable skill and care, including honesty and fairness. That accounting thing, what does that include? What are we talking about with accounting? Yeah, the money, trust accounts, earnest money, due diligence money, but it's also any sort of thing of trust, like the paperwork, right? Some of that goes into confidentiality as well, but we got to take care of the things they trust us with. Sometimes they give us documents relative to the transaction, and we need to courier those things over to another place. Today, I went, yesterday and today, just to be sure, I'm dealing with an estate sale. I'm the listing agent, and the man's dad died, and he opened the estate for probate at the courthouse, and they've got to approve things, and he had to log in some things like a couple of debts that the estate owes. And so before we close, they have to see that the probate department at the courthouse has those in their possession. And I didn't want to wait. Certainly not going to let them mail it and hope that somebody stamps something. I'm going to deliver that thing. That's just my own little personal business decision. But I'm not going to hold up a closing because I'm waiting for the mail truck. I'll be the mail truck if that's what it takes. Closings is why we do this, right? We do this to help people, but the number one goal that they have for us to help them with is getting the thing closed. So if it has to do with contracts or closings, there is no job too small or too big or someone else's job description. I'll do everybody's job description if we get to close on time or close at all. So they trusted me, right? He gave me some of these documents from his estate, and that kind of falls along the lines of accounting as well. Reasonable skill and care. We need to know what the heck we're doing. What you're learning in this class are the laws and rules, but you still don't know how to do the stuff yet. That's going to be on the responsibility of your broker in charge and the firm you hire. That's really the best way to say it, the firm that you choose, because they're probably going to hire you, by the way. Whatever nerves you have about this exam, you don't need to have about the interview process with firms, because you're interviewing them just as much as they're interviewing you. You don't need to be arrogant about it, but you don't need to be submissive either, because they're probably going to give you a chance. They've got nothing to lose. So go in there kind of like you own the place without being arrogant. That sounds weird, but they're going to make sure it's a place that's going to teach you that reasonable skill and care stuff, which forms to use, how to handle multiple offers, how to negotiate. So all that falls under that same category. So that's what we owe to clients. Which of those things do we owe to customers? Which of the old car do we owe to a customer? Which ones? 2 out of the 6 that we owe to a customer. And I'll give you a hint. We owe it to a customer and everybody else in the world. We have to do this for everybody, not just our client. And it's disclosure. We have to disclose whatever we know. And the last 2 letters of the both words, reasonable skill and care. We got to know what we're doing for everybody. How could that apply? How about a for sale by owner? They're a customer to you. You don't owe them any other parts of old car except the very basic disclosure and reasonable skill and care. They're leaning on you even if they don't know it in the beginning, because you're going to be the resource for the contract, the offer paperwork, the market analysis. You don't have to do one that like you did for your buyer, but you might need to, in the interest of helping your buyer's offer get accepted, show that seller, well, look, we're just basing this off of some recent things that have sold, and here they are. You're not going to say, hey, seller, go look up some stuff on Zillow and then I'll get back to you. You want to kind of say, here's our offer and here's why. Look at this one that sold down the street. Oh, that's my neighbor. They told me they got $312 for it. It says here they only got $290. And you're like, oh, imagine that. Your neighbor lied to you. I would have never thought that's possible. The neighbors always lie. The people in the neighborhood always lie about what they sell for. So we'll come back to these red flags. Let's dig into some of these test questions. Okay, there we go. Let's do that. Okay, back in the beginning, we had I need to pull up the license law. I think, no, is this what this is? Yeah, that's what this is. Oh, perfect. The license law, number 12. 12 on license law. North Carolina broker is representing a seller, and they're approached by an unrepresented buyer. The unrepresented buyer informs the seller's agent that if you make sure my offer is accepted, I will gladly use you as my buyer's agent for my next property purchase in 90 days. The seller's agent encourages the seller to accept the buyer's offer without disclosing this conflict of interest. Seller's agent is likely guilty of what? Obviously, we can see the answer there. Let me make a little note. Keep track of these questions. Self-dealing. Any mystery? What answer did anybody have other than that? What was the confusion point? Other options here: failure to disclose a material fact. It's not a material fact. It's just that the agent put themselves above their client. They didn't tell. What should they have done? What would have been the proper agent response? Just collecting up my requested test question. It's here. Okay, good. Yeah, they should have told their client, hey, something weird happened. This is what the person asked me to do. And that would have made it weird, sure, but that's what we have to do. We have to owe everything. We're extensions of our client, right? Kirsty, did you mean number 2 on the license law? Oh, it's okay. Just making sure. And then 13 was the next one, I think, right? Among a couple others. Okay, let's go back to 2. A non-provisional broker worked full-time with North Carolina buyers and sellers for 2 years before taking a 2-year break to serve abroad in the Peace Corps. The broker returns to North Carolina and would like to be designated as a broker in charge. What does the broker need to do? So what are the elements to become a broker in charge? How much experience do we need? Yep, 2 years full-time or 4 years part-time. Oh, you won't be tested on, you won't have to know that that's the form. They're not going to say, what form is it to designate as BIC? And then you have to put 2.25. He just was throwing that extra info in there. He could have left that part out and he could have just said, submit the BIC designation form to the NCREC. So don't worry about that. You don't have to memorize that stuff in any course ever, post-licensing included. They just throw it in there, probably so that if you do need it, you'll know where to look. But in the moment, you're just going to call them probably and say, hey, what form do I need? Or you'll read down through the list of forms and look for the description instead of the number. So submit the designation form to the commission, complete the 12-hour course within 120 days of submitting the form is obviously the right answer. Have 2 more years consecutive experience? No, it's just 2. 2 is enough. Complete the 12-hour course before they can be designated. Well, that is in and of itself a thing that must happen. They do. Well, actually, that's not true at all because they could go ahead and be designated broker in charge and not have completed the course yet, right? The number for B doesn't work because maybe attaching it to my little story. Back in April of 2018, I decided to start my own firm. So I went to the Secretary of State website, picked a name I liked and made sure nobody else was using, got my Secretary of State ID number. That was required before I contacted the Real Estate Commission. I went to the commission website and I said, I want to start a firm. It's going to be in the name of this LLC, this entity that I just created. And they said, well, we need the SOS ID number, Secretary of State ID number. So I gave that, put that in the firm application. And the application then said, who do you want to be the broker in charge? And I named myself as broker in charge. So once I declared myself broker in charge, they said, well, you're going to need to know how to be a BIC. And just think, I happen to be my own little one-person firm. It wasn't that high of a consequence. But what if I was getting hired to be a BIC for somebody and there were 30 people that I needed to be a broker in charge of? It doesn't matter. The same rule applies. If you become a BIC and you haven't taken the course yet, you don't have to take the course before you can actually declare yourself broker in charge. But you do have to take it within a certain time frame. Who knows that time frame? It is perfect. 120 days that you have to complete that course. So you can be bicking for 100 and some days, right, before you actually have to take the course, which is kind of scary in a way, but it's the rule. you know. Now, if you're just the person that needs to be prepared, and you know that you're going to become a BIC eventually, you could go ahead and take the course. There are people who take the course first before they've become BIC. If you take the course before you declare yourself broker in charge, then they give you an entire year to declare yourself BIC. So you could take the course up to a year ahead of declaring yourself, or if you declare yourself because of the need, maybe the firm you're in, the BIC screws up and forgets their CE, and on July 1st, they're going to go inactive. Well, you need to hurry up and become BIC eligible because maybe nobody else is. And the problem is, if all this took place and you're in the June 11th through 30th time frame, nothing's going to help. You can't take that course. That BIC course is not available during that blackout period. Just like CE classes aren't available during that blackout period of June 11th through 30th. But it is good for every firm to have a broker in charge eligible person, at least one, just in case the BIC either messes up and goes inactive or needs to take a break. So those are the timelines there. D, have 3 consecutive years experience. Nope, that's just not true. It's either 2 or 4. 2 if you're full-time, 4 if you're part-time. And the other one, I believe, was 13. Let's see. A North Carolina broker may do what? Can we draft a lease for a property we manage on behalf of others because there's no change of ownership with a lease transaction? Let's keep reading. I know that we can execute pre-printed forms, but this isn't that. They're not talking about a pre-printed form. They're talking, when they say the word draft, that means write it from scratch. Like when I just now opened up Microsoft Word and plugged in those things and gave you to them, you can't draft something from scratch. That's practicing law without a license. So A, that should be a pretty easy, nope, definitely not. Can a broker sign a sales contract on behalf of a client who is out of the country? Now, this is an answer that's tempting to start with the whole yeah, but situation. Yeah, but what if they get power of attorney? They didn't. If they got it, they would have told you in the test, right? They would have given that detail to you. But if they don't mention power of attorney here, you have to assume you don't have it. And you also kind of have to think, what is that test writer trying to accomplish with this stuff? Some of this stuff you're going to think, oh yeah, this is probably a dual agency question. In this case, it's like they're just testing us on the basics of what a broker license lets us do. We can't draft legal language. That's what we took care of with letter A. We don't have permission. Somebody mentioned universal agency. That's perfect, right? We don't have that as a agent helping somebody with offers and contracts for sale. We have special agency privileges. That's just guide them in the process, but we can never sign on their behalf. That's just not part of the built-in privileges, right? We could if we had the power of attorney, but they would tell you in the test question if they want you to think about power of attorney. Compose an addendum regarding the status of an FHA loan. Well, it's sort of like drafting a lease. Compose, draft, all those things are talking about making something out of nothing, and we can't do that. Provide and assist preparing the residential property owner's disclosure statement. Can we give it to them? Yeah. Can we help them understand it? Yes. Assist just means if they ask you, wait a minute, what kind of plumbing pipes, copper or plastic? What does that mean? Oh, well, maybe if we look under the sink, we can see what kind of pipes there are. Or have you ever seen them in the crawl space? You're not grabbing the pen away from them and filling in the blanks for them. You're just helping them understand what the questions mean. That's what they mean by assist. It is. No, I get it. Yeah. Yep. You have to resist the urge. You kind of have to think, how would I ask, how would I write the question? How would I do it to accomplish these goals? And you kind of have to lead with the laws and rules that we've learned and think, how might that test question writer want to test our knowledge of this stuff? So the main thing that I think most people struggle with is reading too much into it. And that's just lots and lots and lots of practice. 14, according to North Carolina license law, which of the following statements is true? Okay, good. I get messed up when it says except, but in this case, we're pretty straightforward. What's true? And don't forget, maybe it's helpful to use your scratch paper and say number 14, A, B, C, D. And as you read each answer choice, put a little T or F, true or false, right? That kind of helps you stay on top of, okay, what's actually true in the wild, and then what are they asking for in the test question? So now we're looking for whichever of the following is the true statement. Is it true that a broker who changes firms may not be paid a commission when the property they previously had listed is closed and funded? Let's keep reading. Is it true that a property management company may pay incentives to their current clients for referring new properties to their management program? Is it true that unlicensed property owners may compensate an unlicensed person to collect rent on their behalf as long as they don't negotiate? Is it true that unlicensed buyers may be paid a portion of their buyer agent's commission? Now, one reason that I like you to read through all the answer options before you think too hard about any one of them is because it might be that the simplest one is the right one. And the less there is to it, the shorter the better. Because it's like, is it true that unlicensed buyers can be given a portion of the buyer agent commission? Can we as a broker give the parties to the transaction any amount of our money that we want, as long as our firm is okay with it? Yeah, like me. I am my firm. I'm the one. It's my firm. So I don't have somebody above me who can say no. So if I wanted to, could I do this entire business for free? Every transaction I do, could I just give away my commission to either or both sides? Sure, because they are a party to the transaction. Does it matter that they don't have a license? No. That's what they're trying to test you on. You might think, yeah, but they don't have a license. We can't pay a referral fee. It's not a referral fee. If it's in the transaction, the party to the transaction you're involved in, you can pay them money, that buyer or that seller. And so there's not much we can find wrong with D. Therefore, A, B, and C, as complicated as they may look, are not the right answer. 19. Which of the following statements is true about the working with real estate agents disclosure? Is it true that brokers may not work with a consumer until they sign the working with agents disclosure? Correct. That is not indeed true. We can work with them because they might refuse to sign it. What happens if they refuse to sign that thing? What do we do? Yeah, the whole purpose of it is so we have proof that we explained how agency works to them. That document it's for them, but it's also for us to keep in our files so that we can say to the real estate commission, yes, I did what you wanted me to. It just so happened that I'm dealing with a very sensitive client who just doesn't trust people too quickly, and they've been burned before maybe, and they won't sign it. Maybe they will eventually, but right now they won't, and you can still do stuff. You can still show them property, but you need to make a note on that working with agents disclosure and says, I tried to get them to sign it, they wouldn't, and you can sign it so that you can put it in your file. So you are able to still work with them. So therefore, A is not true. That won't work for this question. Is it true that brokers may not reveal any confidential info about the consumer once they sign the form? We're talking about the working with agents disclosure. What does this thing accomplish? Does this hire us? The working with agents disclosure is just a disclosure. It's not the only thing. We're not finished yet. When we're meeting a client, we say, hey, let me tell you about these options that I can offer you. It's called the working with agents disclosure. I can be your agent. I could be the other person's agent. I could be both of your agents. If it's dual, you're going through that whole thing. And once they sign it, all they're signing is that you've explained it to them. You have not locked in the relationship yet. You need to pull out another document to do that. You need to pull out, in this case, well, it's not specific, but it could be a buyer or seller. You need to either pull out a listing agreement or a buyer agency agreement and sign that. Now you're hired. And at that point, the broker may not reveal confidential information. But until those agency agreements are signed, we could. Because that's part of the warning you're giving them when they do sign the working with agents disclosure. You're saying, don't tell me any secrets yet until we sign the next thing that I'm going to show you, talk to you about. So B is not true. Is it true that the working with agents disclosure is required at first substantial contact when working with the seller of vacant land? They could have said the seller of a condo, the seller of a single family house, the seller of a 100-unit apartment complex. They could have just said with the seller. And yes, C is true because it's all about first substantial contact when it comes to this working with agents disclosure. This thing is just saying they're talking to me about their money or their motivation, and that constitutes first substantial contact. And so I've got to help them understand how all this works so that they know not to tell me any of their secrets until they've hired me. This document doesn't hire us. It just has it, or gives us a record that we told them the things the commission wants us to tell them. And then let's follow our rules and keep reading all the answer choices. The working with agents disclosure is required before first substantial contact in all residential real estate transactions in North Carolina. This is probably the one that most of you who might have gotten it wrong were tempted to pick because you're like, sure, why not? All residential real estate transactions. And I know what you're going to say when I tell you why this is not true. Are all real estate transactions involving a real estate broker? No. So, the working with agents disclosure is required prior to first substantial contact in all residential real estate transactions involving a broker in North Carolina. That would be a better answer. But what if it's an unrepresented seller selling to an unrepresented buyer, not an agent in sight? Well, guess what? The document called Working with Real Estate Agents is not needed when you're not working with any real estate agents, right? So just keep that, put that in your hat. Remember, just remember that is something they like to get you on. Just remember specifically, first substantial contact, working with agents disclosure is for when a broker's involved. If there's no broker in sight, it's not required. Some of the other forms are required and not specifically to working with agents, but the residential property disclosure, that's required of any seller, even the ones that are selling for sale by owner by themselves. That RPODs, residential property and owners association disclosure, that is not one of those realtor generated forms like most of them. That one's created by the Real Estate Commission. You can get it from their website. And it's available to be used by anybody who is selling, whether they have an actual broker or realtor involved or not. So just that goes under reasonable skill and care, just knowing the ins and outs of which forms to use. That was 19. Let's see, 28. A non-provisional North Carolina broker receives a personal check from their buyer client for $5,000 earnest money while filling out the standard offer to purchase and preparing to present the client's offer. They receive the check. They're putting the offer together. They have the offer. and the buyer went ahead and wrote them the check. That's not typical. A lot of times when you write an offer, the checks don't get written in that same moment. We just say, hey, let's put the offer together. Let's submit it, see if they accept it, and then I'll get the check from you and turn it in. So this isn't the only way it's done. It could be done that way too. So in this case, non-provisional gets a personal check when they write the offer. What does the broker need to do? Since they got that check when they were writing the offer instead of like later, typically when we get an earnest money check, we have to get it deposited in the trust account within 3 days of receiving it. Typically the general default answer, within 3 days of receipt, banking days. But in this case, when we get the check at the same time we put the offer together, then as long as we're non-provisional, that has to be deposited in the trust account 3 days following the contract being formed, the offer becoming a contract. It can sit in the folder until then, right? Why does it specifically say non-provisional instead of provisional? Because when you're a provisional agent, you can't hold checks for any amount of time. You've got to pretty much turn it over to your BIC right away. But a non-provisional broker, in this case, when that check is written at the same time the offer is made, how long could this offer stay an offer and just go bounce back and forth between the two, buyer and seller, without getting accepted? Long time, days, maybe weeks, right? So it's only at which point the contract gets formed. Oh, they finally worked it out, countered, and oh, yes, let's do this. Let's sign it. Now we have an executed or an executory offer or contract. Everybody's signed it. We have an effective date. Let's get this thing put into the trust account within 3 days following the effective date of this contract being formed. So it's I think it's about the midway point of the comment section where it talks about trust accounts. And in bold, I think it says, by the standard default is earnest money must be deposited into the firm's trust account within 3 days of receiving it, unless it's accompanied at the time the offer is written. Because here's the other way this thing could go. It could be that they just want to write the offer. They don't write the check yet. The offer goes back and forth, finally becomes a contract, and then you hurry up and get with your client to get that due diligence check and that earnest money check. So in that case, it would be within 3 days of receipt because you didn't get it until that moment. That was 28. We did 2. Okay, 3. The North Carolina provisional broker status is most comparable in other states to which license status? We used to do a salesperson's setup in North Carolina, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. And that's just it. It's just memorization, just knowing that some states don't make you a broker right away. Some states give you a salesperson's license first, and then you have to take a class after having some experience to get your broker's license. This state, we moved to a single broker. We're just everybody's a broker, but your various categories of it. So a provisional broker in North Carolina is the same as a salesperson's license in maybe some other state. Some of those other, like I wish we had more of an apprentice type program, but that's all they're looking for. Salesperson's license, same as a provisional broker's license. 11. North Carolina buyer agent is aware that a person was recently arrested for committing a violent crime in the property that his client is interested in buying. What does the buyer agent have to do? Is it a material fact that someone was arrested in a property that somebody wants to buy? No. They've kind of mixed some stuff here, right? You're thinking, oh, arrested. That's not the same as convicted. Anybody think about that? Did any of you think that maybe they were asking how many days do we have to report to the commission that we were arrested as a broker? That's a whole different ball game. That's a whole different type of question. But when I saw the arrested word, that's what I thought they might be getting around to asking, but they're not. So we have how many days to report a conviction as a broker? If we're convicted of DUI or convicted of fraud or any crime, 60 days. Yeah, 60 days to report convictions. Sometimes on the test, if they're asking you that kind of test, they'll say, so-and-so was arrested. How many days do they have to report this arrest to the commission? And the answer is they don't have to report that. It's not an arrest that you have to report. You're not convicted yet. You have to report convictions within 60 days. What is it that you have to tell the commission within 10 days? Something changes about you. You have 10 days to tell it to the commission. Yeah, the basics, the contact info, basically. Name, address, email, phone number. You got to make sure they have the most recent contact info for you within 10 days of those things being changed. Victor, what's that number 38 about? Was that a test question on this exam? Okay, gotcha. Let me add that to the list. All right. So the buyer agent, could we disclose it? Sure, if we know. Are we required to? No, it's not a material fact. It's not even a stigmatized property thing. It's nothing we've ever even talked about. But since it's not a specific material fact, then it's our choice. It's our option. What if we know they care? Then yeah, then it's a material fact to them. So if they ask, yeah, we could disclose that. Is it true that we may only disclose material facts and not criminal arrests? No, we could choose to disclose this. Should we advise the buyer not to purchase? No, we just tell them the facts and they decide what they want to do. Should we not disclose it because of fair housing laws? Well, being arrested is not a protected class, right? 16. Oh, yeah, 16. North Carolina brokers are required to complete what? Let's recap that education stuff. When it comes to post-licensing, once you pass the PSI exam, how much time do you have to complete post-licensing courses? 18 months from when? You're right. But is it 18 months from activating your license and going active? No. It's 18 months from getting the license. You still have to take those post classes even if you never affiliate with the firm. Even if you remain inactive, the 18-month clock is still ticking. So yeah, it's not activating. 8 hours of mandatory update courses each year. Well, they're getting a little semantical here. 8 hours of continuing ed, yes. But 4 of those 8 hours is for the update course, and the other 4 is an elective of your choice. So that's why B doesn't work. 4 hours of the update course each year and 4 elective hours is what I just said, so C is the right answer. The 12-hour broker in charge course after 2 years of full-time experience. Do you have to do it? No, you don't ever have to take the BIC course unless you want to either be BIC or BIC eligible. Tell me if there was any sort of confusion there, or what might have been a sticking point. Okay, 18. Oral non-exclusive buyer agency must what? Be in writing no later than the time an offer to purchase contract is formed. You know, I don't like that answer choice because I think what they're really getting at is contract. It's not the time a contract is written, it's the time an offer is written. So I'd rather it say be in writing no later than the time a contract is formed. By seeing offer to purchase contract, you just have, again, that sort of goes back to reasonable skill and care. You got to know what these things are. And that Form 2T is officially called an offer to purchase and contract. It starts as an offer. It might turn into a contract. So I get why A might have been tempting. Have a verbal agreement regarding important terms of buyer agency, such as compensation and dual agency. Yeah, you have to talk about all the same stuff when you're in this oral buyer agency stuff, including dual agency, including all the possibilities. It's just that it's not going to be written down, and therefore you're not holding that client to anything, but you still have to talk about all the same stuff. Does oral buyer agency have to be in writing no later than 30 days from initial contact? That was never a thing. Be in writing no later than 3 days from first substantial? Also never a thing. It just has to be put into writing at the time an offer is made. Not a contract, but an offer. Please stop me if it's like you're still not quite getting it. 38. And I think that's the last one I've got on the license law. So let me know if you got another one. Broker Susan is assisting a commercial buyer client who's interested in buying a shopping center in Greensboro. After several weeks, the prospective buyer enters into an option to purchase contract and gives Susan a personal check for an option fee of $10,000. Susan must do what? So D is not the right answer. Deposit the option fee into her firm's trust account within 3 banking days of the option contract formation. That's not it. Deposit the option fee into her firm's trust account within 3 calendar days of receipt or within 3 banking days of receipt. Or safeguard the $10,000 until she can transfer it to the optioneur's possession. What is an option fee? Is it like earnest money, or is it more like due diligence money? In other words, who is it being given to? Yeah, it's being given to the seller, the potential seller. So it needs to go to them eventually. So it needs to be safeguarded until you can give that money to the optioneer, being the seller, potential seller's possession. So C. $34 on license law. Gotcha. Homeowner in Winston-Salem added a permanent heat source to his detached 900 square foot rehearsal space. Make a note here. Located at the back of his 3-acre property. The rehearsal space is fitted with vinyl plank flooring, drywall, ceilings, and walls. Which of the following is true? What they've told us here is that it's a detached structure, not the main house, but it's finished. That's why they talk about vinyl plank, drywall, ceilings, and walls. It's also heated. It's heated and finished. But is it attached to the main house? No, it's detached. So with that in mind, the rehearsal space can now be added to the heated square footage of the home because it's got finished surfaces and permanent heat source. The problem is you have to go outside to get to it. If you could get to it without going outside, then yes, A would be fine. So in this case, it's a little extreme. It's all the way at the back of the property. What if it was just the room over the garage and you couldn't get to it without going into the garage? Same thing. Same thing as this. You have to go outside of heated space to get to this space. The rehearsal space cannot be included in the heated square footage of this home. It would be mentioned separately. You wouldn't be able to add those 900 feet to the total 3,200 foot house, if that's what the house has, right? Does it need carpet or hardwood installed? No. That vinyl plank is fine. Cannot be included because it does not have air conditioning. Nope. It's not about air conditioning living area. It's about heated living area, HLA. So best answer is B for those reasons. What else about measuring did we learn? We learned that what if the property has stairs? Does the area under the stairs, even the parts you'd have to crawl on your hands and knees to get to, like the very bottom part of the stairs, even if they were opened underneath like that, is there anything not counted when it comes to the staircase when you're measuring a property? Oh, I owe you a break. I just blew right by it. We could probably use that. So let's come back in 10 and we'll talk more about measuring. Come on back together. Got about 30 seconds. All right, let's talk about measuring. Some testable items with regard to measuring square footage guidelines. Square footage, the yellow book, that little yellow booklet that we gave you a while back ago. It's also in the back of your textbook. I don't think it has changed much, so that version is probably still okay. Number one, what's the minimum ceiling height that you can include in the HLA, heated living area? How low can the ceilings go? It's all about what you can include in that main HLA. And so there are a couple of heights we talked about, and I don't want there to be a point of confusion. We did talk about something that could be 5 feet, but in general, 7 feet minimum. The 5 is when it's like a vaulted ceiling situation, like in a bonus room, and you've got this kind of thing going on. And so if it were to angle all the way down to the floor, and if you as a human were walking and you would hit your head, but you could still store a box all the way in that corner, you can't use all the way into this corner. You can only use the point at which it's 5 feet from the floor to the ceiling. And so if you go down to that 5 foot mark from the ceiling to the floor, what you'll find is this width might be like 13 feet, but if you were allowed to include the whole width, you might get all the way up to 18 feet. You can't use the 18. You could only use the 13 because that's how much of the floor space has at least 5 feet of ceiling height. But that's in this very specific case where it's like a angled vaulted ceiling in a bonus room. But besides that case, it's 7. Got to be at least 7. The other thing is the stairs and the space under the stairs counts for both levels, for both the first and the second floor. In other words, if here's our staircase, even this part down here that you can't even get to hardly, even if there was a wall and you literally couldn't get to it, you still count it in the square footage. You don't deduct any surrounding the stairs. What else? Oh, it's got to be finished. It's got to be heated, not AC, but heated. So we're looking for finished and heated and attached. And all of that is what is allowed to be included in the main heated living area number. Attached, meaning if here's our house, terrible house. Here's a 2-story house. Here's a garage attachment. And down here is the garage. And up here is a bonus room. And if when you're in the main part of the house, you know, you're going all through the house here, if you walk toward the bonus room but you can't get to it, there's no doorway. It's just a wall. In order to get the bonus, you'd have to go back out into the garage, up some separate stairs to the bonus. Then this bonus square footage cannot be added into the main HLA. It would be listed. You would tell the world, I've got 500 more finished and heated square feet, but you can't add them to the main number. So that's what it means by attached, like we saw in that test question. And then it's not like a headline, it's not in bold, but somewhere in that book, within the first 10 or so pages, we as brokers need to be good within 5%. We need to know what we're looking at and be able to see that the property is maybe off. If they report the wrong square footage, we need to be able to recognize that it's wrong within 5% accuracy. So if it all comes down to it and we get in trouble, somebody gets in trouble, and you're a buyer agent, you should have recognized it because it was off by that much or more. That's the idea. That's not the right one. There we go. Okay. That was 34. We had, I think, one more. Oh, maybe 33? Is that what you meant? Okay, gotcha. Let's do 33, and then we'll go to 36. Broker Tim is showing property to his buyer client. Oh, that means he's got the buyer agency agreement, which they told us in the next little couple phrases there. With an exclusive buyer agency agreement, even if they had not mentioned that part, because it's saying Broker Tim is showing to his buyer client, we know that that's the deal. He's just being extra careful and clear, letting you know what the relationship is. They look at 7 properties over the weekend. None of them are suitable. True story. On the way back to the office, they notice a for sale by owner property that is 1 story, conveniently located near the buyer client's workplace. The buyer client wants to view it as soon as possible. What should Broker Tim do when he runs into a for sale by owner? Should he tell the buyer that North Carolina license law allows him to only show MLS properties? No. We can help him with anything for sale. New construction, for sale by owners. So A doesn't work. Confirm that the owner is not listed in the do not call registry before contacting them. Well, that's nice that you're worried about it, but you still are allowed to call them even if they're on the registry, as long as you have a real potential buyer. So B doesn't work. Contact the seller to schedule a showing appointment. That sounds pretty good. It's the short one. It's pretty basic. Can't find much wrong with it. Let's keep trying, though. Advise the buyer that the Association of Realtors allows him to only show MLS properties. That's not even true. So best answer is C. Again, for any of these, let me know if there's a sticking point, and we'll clear it up. 34 and 36. I think we did 34, 36. Okay. All the following would be allowed under state exemptions to fair housing laws, except what? Okay. What is allowed? The following are allowed except. We're looking for the thing that's not allowed. So whatever you have to do on your scratch paper to help you keep track of what it is they're asking, it might be that this is one where you say 36 A, B, C, D, and then just go down through the list. Is A true? Is B true? Is C true? And then go back and say, okay, which one was false? Right? So all the following is allowed except. We're looking for the thing that's not allowed. Is it not allowed that the parents near a college can choose to rent the half of their duplex to female tenants only because their daughter lives there? That is true. That is allowed. But the test question is asking us for the one that's not allowed. So this isn't the right answer for this test question, but it is true in and of itself as an exemption. Is it not allowed that dormitory rooms at local colleges can rent to male students only? That is actually true, but we're looking for the thing that's not true. So it's not the right answer for the test. It is true in real life. Is it not true that for sale by owner can decide to sell his property exclusively to families without young children as long as no broker is involved? That is not an allowable exemption in North Carolina. It is in the federal list of exemptions, but since we can't be in North Carolina without being in the whole country, we can't be in the country without being in North Carolina because we're getting a North Carolina license. C is the right answer there. Is it true that a widow deciding to rent her spare bedroom can do so just to a female? Yeah, That is true. But again, the test is asking for the one that's not. Any other ones? We can always come back if you think of them. But we're going to move on to, yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean the first answer? A. So the allowable exemption for North Carolina is that even if you're either an owner of multifamily, like a duplex, triplex, fourplex, you're an owner who lives in one of the units or a relative of the owner, then yes, you can use fair housing categories to rule someone out. You can violate. It wouldn't be a violation. You can say, nope, because you are in a protected class, then I'm not going to rent to you. So, right. That's what. You can exclude them if you're either the owner living there or a relative of the owner living there. You are allowed to say, oh, you're in this protected class, then no, I'm not going to rent to you or not going to sell to you. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, okay. I gotcha. So these exemptions, yeah, I might be leading you astray. These exemptions were something we studied in the leasehold estates. We were talking about rentals. So with rentals, that A is an exemption. Yeah, a for sale by owner, seller may decide to sell his property exclusively to families without children, as long as no broker's involved. Correct. You're right. What you were getting at is right. The difference between rental versus selling. I'm sorry. Sorry to cause confusion. If we're, as a broker, once they decide to list with us, do they have to comply with fair housing rules? Yeah. If a broker's becoming involved, then yeah, there is no exemption in any way at all because the broker is not allowed to engage in that. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, 1 second. Alrighty, keeping track of them. Okay, I'm going to move on to national. That was the next request. Got a few to do on here. We'll start from the low numbers, 13. The provision in a listing agreement that may obligate the seller to pay the listing firm a commission after the expiration date of the listing is the what? What was the tempting answer to anybody? Anything pop out that you're like confused by? Maybe it was the answer you got that turned out to be wrong. What they're talking about here is the protection period. It's let me pull up a listing agreement. It's in place to keep a seller from firing us or trying to ask us and lie to us. Would you please let me out of this listing agreement? I just want to take a break and not sell for a while. Sure, okay. Remember, they can't fire us. It's a bilateral agreement. They would, though, possibly ask us to let them out, and maybe our broker in charge, the firm, allows them to leave. But if they're only doing it to get around paying us commission and they actually want to sell it to somebody that came along while we had it listed, sort of as the result of our efforts to sell the property, that's not okay. And we are protected from that scenario with the protection clause. If I can find it. So I would also look back through this listing agreement for the things we've talked about, as well as the contract. Here, I'll do this. Trying to show it to you in real life, but I can't find it off the top of my head. But in this listing agreement, it says, look, seller, if you sell it to somebody that came along when I had it on the market, then you still owe me the commission. It's a fill in the blank for however many days we can negotiate. I just put a big fat number nowadays when I'm out there doing it. I used to put like 30 or 60, but somebody questioned it one time and I'm like, never again. So now I just put 120 or 180 or something enormous. And nobody's ever asked again in 27 years, just one time. But we would say, look, yeah, I'll let you out of it. But if any of these people that I showed it to ends up buying it, then I still want my commission. You can't just expect me to let you out and then sell it to them the next day or within 30 days or however many days and not have to pay me. I did the work, right? You're just intentionally trying to get around me. And so it's protecting us. Remember, that listing agreement is really for us. It protects us in general more than if the client could get away with it. You better believe they would not want it to be involved, but the commission won't even let us list a property without a written listing agreement. I can see maybe compensation clause being tempting, but that's not it. It's not a thing. Retainer wouldn't apply. There is a possibility of a retainer, but how would a retainer work? That would be if you charge everybody you list with just a flat fee because they listed with you. Sort of a, hey, I'm going to be spending some money on advertising. Go ahead and give me $500 because you're listing your house with me. Can you get that? Maybe not. Maybe if you are well known, if you kind of have an established reputation. Oh, she's the go-to person. She'll get it done. She does all the houses in this neighborhood. You know, maybe because you just do a lot of sales and you've developed a good reputation. Maybe you could get away with it, but maybe not. So that's what a retainer would be. So protection period, that's the answer we're looking for there. 17, which of the following is not a bilateral contract? Well, let's start with this. What is a bilateral contract? What does that even mean? How many promises, or which of the two parties have to fulfill promises when it's a bilateral contract? One of them or both of them? Well, bi means two. Two is both. So yeah, there you go. So a bilateral contract means both sides have to fulfill promises. In an agency agreement, do both sides have to fulfill promises? Yeah. The seller is agreeing to list with you. You're agreeing to try your hardest to sell it. That's it. You're not promising you will sell it, and they're not. All they're doing is saying, I'll give you a chance without listing it with anybody else for an amount of time. What about a net listing agreement? Is that bilateral? It's still a listing agreement. The thing about a net listing is you're basically saying, if it sells for more, the seller's saying, I just want to get 100,000 out of it. If you can sell it for more than that, you can keep however much more than the 100,000 it sells for. The problem with the net listing agreement that the commission doesn't like is it might be tempting for some agents that are not on the up and up to lie and say that it's worth lower than it really is, so that the seller doesn't realize that they might be setting that agent up to end up paying them an enormous amount of money, right? It's only worth 103 and I can, or 100 and say 113, and I think I can get you that. And so if the seller might say, well, as long as you give me 100, you can keep the 13. But then it turns out it's really worth 153. That seller might not be so happy to pay you 53,000 or 50,000 instead of, right? That's a net listing. Open listing means the seller can hire multiple agents at the same time, multiple listing firms, and we don't even do that here. So really, C and D are kind of nonsense answers for this question. Which of the following is not bilateral? An option to purchase is a classic example of something that's not bilateral. What do you have when you have an option to purchase contract? The seller is on, all the seller's doing is saying, hey, buyer, I'm going to give you an amount of time to decide if you want to buy it. And it's up to the buyer to decide if they want to. They don't have to, they're not promising anything. They're leaving it up in the air. The seller's promising to give them time to decide. The buyer's not promising that they're definitely going to buy it or not. They're just saying, I don't know yet. I need time to think about it. So only one party is making a promise with an option to purchase. The party that promises to leave that buyer alone until they, for that amount of time, maybe 12 months, until they decide if they want to buy it or not. So just remember, classic example of a unilateral contract or something that's not bilateral, option to purchase. 14, if we haven't already, nope. Buyer and seller have entered into a purchase agreement. The agreement includes a buyer contingency to terminate if the buyer's existing home does not sell within 45 days. The type of agreement that the buyer and seller have signed is what? You understand what they're doing here? A lot of people are in this situation. A buyer needs to sell their house in order to buy the next one. And so they might want to snap up a contract, get it locked down on the one they want to buy because they're afraid they might lose it because the perfect house just became available. So they make an offer. But part of their offer is, well, here's the thing, seller. I have to sell my house in order to be able to afford to buy your house. That's one version of a contingency. It could be contingent on that buyer getting their house sold so they can take the proceeds to use to buy the one they want to buy from that other seller. So that's what's happening. In a market like this, good luck. Sellers probably aren't going to accept a contract that has a contingency for a house to sell in order for it to be able to, for them to be able to buy their house. They just want to go ahead and take the offer from the person who doesn't have to sell a house in order to buy theirs. So what we have here is an executory contract because we're under contract. Therefore, it can't be called an executed. Don't forget about that little difference in words. Executed would mean we're all closed and it's done. So executory is better with contingencies. It could be contingent on any number of things. In this case, the contingency is that they get their house sold before they can close on the one they want to buy. It's not an option because they actually own a house and they're trying to buy another house. Option contract with first right of refusal. That's the sort of thing that a renter might do. With that first right of refusal, if the landlord ever gets an offer, the renter might say, if I don't want to buy it unless someone else offers to buy it from you, in which case I might want to just buy it myself instead of having a different person be my landlord. So you'll give me a chance to refuse or accept an equivalent offer. So that doesn't apply here. Unilateral contract binding on the seller. An option to purchase is not, in this case, it's a contract. A typical standard contract between buyer and seller is not unilateral. So that doesn't work. Another type of contingency, by the way, could be a financing contingency. The buyer gets an attorney to draft it, and the attorney writes it up so the buyer says, hey, if I don't end up getting approved for this loan, I don't have to buy your house. That's a thing that could happen, but in a market like this, the seller is probably going to say, no, I'll just take an offer from somebody who definitely can afford my house. $25, I think, is the next one in order. Which of the following is not a requirement for a valid lease? Well, valid. There's a V word, valid, voidable, and void. Valid contract, valid lease, a lot of the same essential elements apply. What are some essential elements? Whether it's a contract or a lease, the parties have to be able to be in a contract legally. Not 18, not 18, but definitely sane. In other words, at least 18, sane and sober. That's the best way to say it. So C, capacity to contract. That is an essential element that makes a lease valid. And so they're asking for the thing that's not essential or that's not required for valid. So that's not going to work for this test question. A legal description. That's another one that's required. And the whole offer and acceptance process. The parties make an offer and the offer is accepted. Mutual assent might be another phrase you remember from those chapters. So the thing that's not required to make a lease valid is that there is an option agreement built into it. That doesn't have to be there. Questions about that? If the owner of the dominant tenement becomes the owner of the servient tenement and merges the two properties, the easement what? So going way back to the beginning, when we were talking about like a driveway easement, we have like a main road down here. We have a property and then we have another property behind it. And property A versus property B. Property A needs that driveway easement across B's property in order to get to the main road. You can't sell landlocked property in North Carolina. So what if A actually buys B's property? Well, then the driveway will probably still be there, but the easement allowing the driveway is not needed. We don't need there to be an easement because A now owns all of it. Now it's all A's property, no easement needed because what are they going to do? Give themselves permission to use their own property. So therefore the easement is terminated. And the dominant one, don't forget, is the one behind. The servient one is the one that has to give the dominant one the right to use the driveway portion. That's easy to confuse too sometimes, but that was 33. Next one I think is 45. If the monthly interest payment at 6% is $1,050, the principal amount of the loan is what? Oh boy. Got some backwards math going on here. Let's dig in. What do we know? We know the interest rate is 6%. Gosh, how did that happen? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. 1 second. Get my act together. A little battery failure on my other machine. Apparently you have to keep it plugged in. But everything still works. I just can't see your faces without looking over here. So forgive me for not looking at you in the eye. We've got an interest rate at 6%. Wow, that's not going to work. $6%. The monthly interest payment is $1,050. We've got a couple things going on here. What we need to end up getting to is the principal amount of the loan. So, how do we get a monthly interest payment? in order to get the monthly, we need to get to an annual amount. So how did we get to annual interest? We used this. The loan amount times the interest rate gives us the annual, and then the annual divided by 12 gets us to this thing. So if this payment is $1,050 per month, then to go the other direction to end up getting to how much it is per year, $1,050 of an interest payment per month is how much per year? $1,050 per month. What is that per year? It's 12 of those, right? So it's 1,050 times 12 months. Means that our annual interest was $12,600. This is when the T formula can be useful, because all you need to do is kind of follow the placement. Now that we know the annual dollars of interest paid and the rate, because they gave it to us in the question, we can use that to get the principal amount of the loan. This $12,600 divided by 6% means we are borrowing $210,000. Does that help? So that's another, just a big plus for doing the T formula method. Wasn't too hard when you think about it in terms of the T formula, right? You saw the word interest payment and a rate, and you remembered, oh, what's my formula for interest? Rate times loan amount gives annual interest. And it doesn't matter what interest they give you in dollars. Are they giving you monthly, daily? They could have told you a daily one. And then you would have just needed to multiply the daily interest dollars times 360, right? All right, there we go. Get back in action here. What's next? 45. I think 60 is the next one up, unless you tell me otherwise. So 60. A seller is under contract to sell a property using the standard offer to purchase 2T. The elegantly decorated master has vertical window blinds, hand-painted light switches, electrical outlet covers, also hand-painted, draperies fashioned from fabric coordinating with the wallpaper. Which of the following items may the seller legally remove before the close of the transaction? So what's a fixture? Are window blinds a fixture? They screwed in. Usually they're considered fixtures. Hand-painted switches and electrical outlet covers. Does it matter that they're hand-painted? They're covers that are screwed in, so they're fixtures. Doesn't matter. If the seller wants them, we would need to know more information. Did they agree in the contract that the seller gets to take them? They're not telling us that. Therefore, we have to assume no extra provision has been allowed for it. And same for draperies fashioned with fabric coordinating with the wallpaper. What do they tell us? Which of the following items may the seller legally remove? Let me double check. Let's see here. This is the national. Yeah, it's draperies. That's right. Right answer is draperies. Because in the standard offer to purchase, that's right. They're not just talking about a generic offer to purchase. The standard one. So all the more reason to look at both that and the listing agreement. So let's take a look at it. Got to look at every little nuance of these questions. In the standard one, what is a fixture? Well, IRMA is important, but on the standard offer to purchase and contract 2T, IRMA is secondarily important because we have a bullet point list showing exactly what is considered a fixture. And it looks like this. Right here. So in case they ask you a question like that, look down through this list. A lot of this makes sense. Alarm systems that are installed, sure. Video recorders, power supplies, and cables. Cables, things that make it work. You could imagine there might be a seller that's annoyed and mad about it. Seller might say, well, I'll leave the video recorder, but you're going to have to buy your own power cable. No, that's part of it that makes it work right. You can't take the cable. You can't take you're not supposed to take the light bulbs. It says here, ceiling and wall attached light fixtures, including bulbs. There are people that are so petty, they take all the light bulbs. They think they're being fancy, but they're not. And depends on how much of a hardball game that buyer wants to play. If I'm the buyer agent and we go in there for the walkthrough and don't see any light bulbs that used to be there, I'm going to say, hey, buyer, how big of a deal do you want me to make out of this? And they might say, stick it to them. And I'll call that listing agent and I'll say, well, I guess we're not closing today. What? Why not? Well, because your seller took all the light bulbs. And we know there were light bulbs in it when we looked at it. So that's going to be a buyer thing, but they've got to stay. They're supposed to stay. They're fixtures. As to what you do in the situation, there's other elements. Maybe the buyer says, you know what? I probably would want certain different bulbs anyway. They were mismatched. Some were like white, some were yellow anyway. I like certain color temperatures. Anything could be. But is it a fixture? According to this list, yes. Light bulbs are fixtures. Basketball goals and play equipment that's attached or in ground. Yeah, no surprise there. Satellite dishes and receivers, even though nobody wants them. Nobody uses the same one. They all get brand new ones when they come in. But the receiver, that box inside the house that's a part of the dish, one doesn't work without the other. All of that is considered a fixture. Here's my favorite one, all ranges, stoves, ovens. Even the one that's just sitting freely against the wall, plugged in. No built-in cabinets around it. It's just like grandma's house. That is officially a fixture, according to this contract, because it's written in here as a bullet point. Of course, built-in appliances, that's not hard to imagine. A attached microwave oven and vent hood, not the microwave that's sitting on the counter, but a microwave that's built in. Gas logs, fireplace inserts, screens, wood stoves, floor coverings that are attached, not like a throw rug, but the carpet, yeah. Generators that are permanently wired, not the one that's just sitting there in the driveway because the power went out last night. This is a big one that comes up every time, garage door openers, right? Because even though they're wireless, they're probably still in the car. And you have to remind that seller, don't forget to bring your garage door openers. And then you don't, and they don't. And then you have to go after the closing and go round them up and bring them over. True story. Invisible fencing with power supply. When they bury the wire and the pet wears the collar and it shocks them. All of the components to that. Rain barrels. They're usually not like anchored in. They're just a barrel holding water, but that's considered a fixture. So read down through this list and be familiar if it says, according to the 2T contract, what is a fixture? Some of these things are not IRMA fixtures, but they are fixtures for our North Carolina purposes if we use this contract. And then here it is pertaining to that test question. Blinds and shades, curtain and drapery rods, not the curtains themselves. Screens, combination doors, awnings, storm windows. Other things, brackets for TVs, but not the TV itself. It's written right in here. The TV is not a fixture, but the bracket is. Recessed mounted speakers are fixtures. And then storage shed and utility building. That's such a broad definition. You just really want to get specific and say the Rubbermaid one that weighs 10 pounds is sitting on top of the patio in the back. Maybe not like that, but that's, I mean, what is a storage shed? What's a utility building? It doesn't matter. If it's could be considered any of that, it's officially a fixture unless the parties agree otherwise. So be sure that you go down here to this area below and specifically say what it is that they're talking about. And then finally, the other one that can be a point of confusion, mirrors in the bathroom. Of course, mirrors attached, but also any bathroom wall mirror. So basically, you could say that according to the North Carolina Standard Offer to Purchase and Contract 2T, there better be a mirror in the bathroom. Even if it's hanging on a hook, like a picture. It doesn't have to be screwed in. Is it in the bathroom? Then you got to leave it there. And with that, we have another break. So I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Yeah, officially a Ring doorbell is a fixture, but everybody probably wants to keep those things, right? So all the more reason to be specific. And that's a common one that people forget about sometimes. It's a good point. See you back. Welcome back. Okay, so I sent a couple of you a direct message because we checked the class marker records, and a few of you haven't done. You have to finish at least one of the 2 practice exams for each of the 6, all 6 at least once. So there was like a relink, license law, quarter term, midterm, and the 2 practice finals. So some of you have not done at least one of each of those, and some of you are only missing 1 or 2. I messaged you guys so that you can look up your class marker, see which one you're missing. You won't be able to take the test tomorrow night until you've finished each of those 6 at least once. Okay, so back to question 60. Which of the following items might the seller legally remove according to 2T? The draperies. Those are not included as fixtures. 69. Got 69 unless you tell me otherwise. 63, 62. Okay, we'll do that. 62 and 63 unless you meant one or the other. 62. Charges levied on a property owner to pay for the installation of sewer and water lines are what? So what if extra sewer lines have to be put down? My road, as you well know, is zoned industrial, but I remember many years ago, it didn't have any sewer lines available at the street. The only way we handled sewer was with septic tanks. I have a septic tank and I still use it. Even though they put the sewer lines down the street, I wasn't required to tap on to those lines. I just still use my septic tank. But if I decided to tap on, I would have to pay a fee to do it. It'd probably cost $8,000. And while I have a working septic tank, I'm not about to spend $8,000 to the city. Now, my buyer is going to have to. Whoever buys this property won't be able to use my septic tank because they can't use it residentially. They've got to use this property industrially. When they put the sewer lines down the street, they didn't charge me any special assessment, but they could have. So charges levied or put against a property owner to pay for sewer or water lines are known as what? Anytime the city does something that benefits your property, it could quite possibly result in special assessments. It might be a street light. They put street lights down the 2-mile stretch in front of your house, and you get one right out front. They might put a special assessment against your property that you have to pay. They might let you pay it over time, $200 a month for the next 2 years, maybe, something like that. But this might be a good example of how you could weed out things that you know aren't right to end up with the one that is. So even if you're unclear about special assessments, charges put against a property for installing sewer and water lines have nothing to do with ad valorem taxes. That's taxes based on your value. Or general property taxes. That's pretty much the same thing as ad valorem taxes. Or special excise taxes. Excise tax is when you sell your property. There is no special excise tax, but the word excise It's talking about a sales tax. So none of those would have to do with the city adding some sort of an improvement nearby. So just because you know it's not A, B, and C might be the only way that you narrow it down to, well, then it must be D. Meets and bounds legal description, what? Can it be made only in areas excluded from the rectangular survey system? Well, the meets and bounds system applies to the 13 original colonies and Texas. Everything else, particularly in the Midwest, is the government rectangular survey system. Is meets and bounds acceptable in court in most jurisdictions? In North Carolina, that's what we're talking about. So yeah, meets and bounds is the best kind of legal description in North Carolina. Must commence and finish at the same identifiable point. Remember, meets and bounds is all about a paragraph, and you start wherever you start reading in that paragraph. If you were to draw it out, start at this northeast corner of this part of the property between the stream and the road and go to this one at the crossroads, and then 13 degrees southwest for 300 yards or feet, you got to end at the point you started at so that it's a closed shape. So that C is the best answer. Used to define areas omitted from recorded subdivision plats. No, we didn't talk about that. So best answer is C. 69. It is necessary to calculate a dollar value for depreciation when using which of the following? The only type of approach to value that we talked about that included depreciation was the cost approach. Out of the three types, what were the other two? Cost approach was one way that the appraiser will determine the value. What were two other ones? You're getting there. You're on the right track. Were you looking at comparables? And so it's you could say let's see, a competitive market analysis or a comparative market analysis, but yeah, a CMA, right? So that's what we tend to use for your typical residential property. What do you mean? Well, the appraisal report is the appraiser's opinion of value. Maybe that's where that's coming from. But the three approaches are the cost approach, the comparable sales approach, because you're looking at sales that have sold similar to the subject property, and the income approach. Yeah, thank you, Kirsty. And out of those three, remember, the comparable sales approach involves the subject property and then picking three comparable sold properties that are similar and making adjustments. The income approach uses that given acronym: gross income, take away for vacancy rate, take away for operating expenses to get down to net operating income. But the cost approach involved a depreciation. You have to depreciate the cost approach because it's the one where it's a unique property. We don't have enough comparables to figure out what it's worth. And so for the cost approach, the way it's done is figure out how much it would be to build new, and then subtract out for the fact that it's not new. You got to subtract a certain amount because it needs to be painted, because it needs to be updated, because maybe there's a sunken living room or some sort of a functional obsolescent feature. Once you get to that number, then we need to add in how much the land is worth. And that brings us to the total value, or the appraiser, for using the cost approach. That makes sense? Questions? So cost approach is the one that has depreciation involved in the calculation. What else? 72. A phone call from a licensee to which of the following people that are registered on the do not call list will probably be a violation of the do not call laws. Let's recap do not call rules. How long can you call somebody on the do not call list after they have inquired about a property that they saw on your website? How long do you have to call them even if they're on the do not call registry? If they came across your website and filled out a form and asked you some question about it. I'll give you choices: 3 months, 18 months, or 1 month. Yeah, 3 months, 90 days. You can call somebody that inquired about something. How long can you keep in touch and reach out to somebody on the do not call list after they have completed or closed a transaction with you? Yeah, that one's longer, 18 months. Now, in real life, in real estate, there is an exception for people that you have a personal relationship with. And you're probably going to develop a personal relationship in this business. So in real life, that's probably going to be okay. But officially, the do not call rules are 18 months for somebody that you had a sale with. What about this? Can you call a for sale by owner who has a sign in the yard, I'm selling my house, if you have no potential buyer, you just want to maybe talk them into listing their property with you and they're on the do not call list? Can you call them? No. What if you do have a buyer that might be interested? Then yes. Do you think some agents lie about that? Yes. Do they get caught? Maybe not, but if they do, I don't want to pay that fine. Oh, good. It's still there. Sorry, the dog messed up my green screen. So which is probably going to be a violation? An expired MLS listing with another firm. If that owner is on the do not call list and you're trying to call them to say, hey, I know you didn't sell it the first time, but that's because you didn't have me. Do you want to hire me and I'll get it sold this time? You can't call them if they're on the do not call list. If they're not on the list, then yes, you can call them. Do you think agents call them all the time, list or not? Absolutely. It's expensive if they get caught and busted. A seller client that closed 1 year ago, that's within 18 months. So yeah, you're allowed to call them on the list. A for sale by owner about your buyer's interest. There is an actual buyer, then yes, you can call that for sale by owner even if they're on the list. A home inspector about a property inspection. Well, I assume even if that home inspector is on the list, I don't have to assume this, they still want to do business and get business inspecting homes. So yeah, you can still call them. 81. An estate at will. So we're talking about leasehold estates or non-freehold estates. And it was the second one that we looked at. The first one we looked at was an estate at sufferance, and that's negative. That's nobody's having fun. That's because the tenant stayed longer than they were supposed to. And so they're probably going to get evicted, but that's an estate at sufferance. They're a holdover tenant. An estate at will is friendly. Hey, you know what? I'm trying to sell my house, but I don't mind if you want to rent it while I'm trying to sell it, but you just need to know I might have to ask you to leave with not very much notice if we end up getting a buyer. And the renter would say, that's fine. I might just not want to rent it anymore from 1 week to the next. So long as we are all cool with terminating, so be it. So an estate at will cannot be terminated? No, it can be terminated. Is terminated only if stated in the leasee's last will and testament? No, it doesn't have to be in their will when they die. It can be terminated way before that. Terminates on the date specified in the lease agreement? No, there is no termination. There is no requirement. It's just that I'm done. I'm out of here. Okay, no hard feelings. An estate at will terminates on the death of the leaseor or the leasee. That's true. Yeah, that's still true just in general, but certainly an estate at will. A leasee who pays some or all of the leaseor's property expenses has what? We looked at different kinds of leases, and the two big ones that you definitely need to understand are the percentage lease and the net lease. The net lease is what we're talking about here because that has to do with expenses. You can maybe remember it by thinking of the net operating income. That's something you get to after you factor out expenses. Well, with the lease, a net lease means the leasee is paying some or all of the property expenses. A net lease is because you're paying some expenses. A percentage lease is based on your income. That's not this test question, but just remember, a percentage lease is based either completely or in part on how much you're making, maybe month to month. Might be based on 10% of whatever your gross receipts were in a given month. Percentage is about income, net is about expenses. '86. Fixed expenses that the property manager should consider when developing the operating budget include all of the following except what? Okay, we're talking about a property management agreement. That manager is developing an operating budget. What would be some fixed expenses involved that a property manager would be in charge of? Employee salaries, sure. Maybe there's a repair person on staff, maybe a housekeeping staff. So those salaries need to be included in the budget so that the property owner knows, okay, every month I got to pay these people. Real estate taxes, that's in the budget because that's what it costs to run that property. Can't get around those taxes. And then insurance premiums. Got to keep it insured. So those premiums are a requirement. So the only thing that's not automatically included in the operating budget, because you don't know how much those repairs are going to be, maybe none, maybe a lot. Maybe from one year to the next, it's not so many for a few years, and then it's a whole lot. So out of these four, best answer is A. Anybody have other national exam questions? This 87 is just a reminder of the GIVEN acronym. Don't forget what it all stands for. They're not testing you on having to do calculations here. You just need to know that it's gross income minus vacancy and collections minus operating expenses. What does that get down to? What does that equal, by the way? If you do that math, what are you left with? There you go. Thank you. That gets you down to NOI, net operating income. And yeah, NOI is connected to cap rate. Let's take a look. So we've got gross potential or gross income. Subtract out for vacancy and collections how much it costs because people aren't renting every single unit, or you're having to pay some people. And then subtract out for operating expenses. That gets us to NOI. And NOI is related to cap rate by way of the market value. In other words, if you've done your research and determined that a cap rate is 8% for properties like this, and the NOI is, let's say, $713,000, then what would be an estimated market value for this property? Be that 713 divided by that 8%. So it's approximately worth $8.9 million. Just a rough idea of what are they asking? Oh, they're asking 10 million. They might be asking too much. Oh, they asking 8 million. Then maybe this is an opportunity to get a deal and pay lower than what it's really worth. If we keep on going from NOI, what's the only remaining thing that hasn't been factored into our operating expenses? We've subtracted out utilities and maintenance and payroll. There's one more thing that we could subtract out. Yeah, the debt service, you might see it called. Now that gets us all the way down to this thing called cash flow that you probably see on investment videos. So just like NOI is related to market value, cash flow is related to the original investment by way of the rate of return. So if you know the cash flow was 500,000 and the original investment, how much did it cost for them to buy it was 100,000, then divide the two. And our rate of return is 5. So that vertical relationship all the way down from gross income to cash flow, and then net operating income, and then also cash flow, those two formulas and how they relate to each other. Let's do the state portion. I've got, I think number 1, if I'm not mistaken, and then number 7 and 10. Real estate licensee got their license October 31st, 2021. When's the first time they must complete 8 hours of continuing education? So, the education requirement for CE is all about taking an update course that counts for 4 hours and then an elective course for 4 hours. The elective is your choice. If you're taking an update course about the newest laws and rules, how much sense would it take to take one of those in the same year that you just finished learning 75 hours worth of laws and rules? Not much. So, as a brand newly licensed person, once you activate your license, do you have to take CE in the first June 10th deadline that you get to? No. You get to skip your first June 10th. So for you guys, what month are we on? We're in August. So let's say this goes really well tomorrow night and you take your PSI in September, and let's just say October 1st, you become a real estate broker, provisional broker, and you join a firm and you're an active provisional broker. June 10th of 2024, we are in 23 still, right? This coming very next June 10th we're going to get to, you don't have to worry about taking CE because you just learned everything. Congratulations. And that's not too bad. But if you don't take your PSI and pass until, let's say, June 1st, you get to skip 9 days from now. You might be better suited just to wait to activate until July 1st so that you get to skip almost 2 full years of CE, right? So you get to skip your first June 10th. Make a little note here so I don't forget those ones. Number 3. Which of the following statements about the North Carolina Timeshare Act are false? Which one is false? Is it false that use of a 2-bedroom unit for 1 week every other year for 10 years would meet the definition of a timeshare? Does 2 bedrooms matter? No. 1 week every other year for 10-year period. What about a timeshare developer can be fined by the commission for violations of the act? Well, that's definitely true. They can be fined by how much money? Yeah, $500 per violation. So B is true, and we're looking for the thing that's false. It's not A that's false. A is not false. B is not false. A purchaser of a new timeshare ownership must be given a 10-day rescission period. How long is the rescission period required for timeshares? We saw two kinds of purchases that had a rescission period. One of them is 5 days and one of them is 7 days. With timeshares, yeah, Kirsty's got it. Timeshares, it's 5 days. Because don't forget, when you think timeshares, think 5, 5, 5, 10, 5. What is a timeshare? That's these first two fives. Using it 5 times over at least 5 years. And then it's a 5-day rescission period. You can back out within 5 days. Rescission. And then the developer has to keep the earnest money for 10 days. So timeshares is 5. What is the 7-day rescission period? When you buy a brand new what? Yeah, there it is. Arnell says condominiums. Brand new ones, though, not resale. But new condos give a 7-day right of rescission. You can get buyer's remorse and back out within 7 days when you buy a new condo. Not a resale, just a new one. So is it false that a purchaser of a new timeshare, I did all this nice little fancy math and I didn't even show you. So there's that. The timeshare is 5, 5, 5, 10, 5. New condos, 7-day right of rescission. Is it false that a purchaser of a new timeshare must be given 10 days? Yes, that is false. So that's the right answer here. Is an active North Carolina real estate license required to sell timeshares? Yes. Timeshare salespeople have to have a real estate license. Seven. Let's do 7. A statement that is true in reference to types of agency. Is it true that a property manager usually acts as a special agent of the landlord? Special, general, or universal? Which one is a property manager? Yeah, general. Property manager is general. So A is not true, therefore that's not the answer. A listing agent usually acts as a general agent of the seller. Also not true. You're listing a property for sale, you're a special agent, not a general or universal. A real estate licensee usually acts as a general agent of an affiliated firm. Your relationship with your firm. Can you sign things on behalf of your firm, like agency agreements, listing agreements, buyer? Yeah, you can. You're signing those agency agreements. Your broker in charge doesn't sign those. You do. They don't want to mess with that. As long as you're doing the right thing and you're trained well, can you imagine in a 200-person firm that broker in charge having to sign off on every single listing agreement and buyer agency agreement? They don't have to do that. In fact, for the non-provisional brokers, they probably aren't very tuned into what those guys are doing on a daily basis. They certainly don't have to sign it. That's what the licensee does. Yeah, I got you, Arnell. I'll do that. Buyer agent usually acts as a universal agent for the buyer. Also not true. They act as a special agent. Special is the lightest amount of responsibilities. You can't sign things on their behalf. We can guide them, but we don't sign on their behalf. In North Carolina, oral buyer agency must be non-exclusive, meaning they can use anybody else while they're still working with you, and have no expiration date. If you were to say, by what point must you convert oral agency to written, What would the answer to that be? When do you have to convert a oral buyer agency to written buyer agency? Is it a number of months? Is it a specific number of days? No, it's just before you write that offer, before you make an offer. So must be reduced to writing but prior to touring? No, that's the whole point. They might want to try you out and see how you go about doing your business and showing property. And while you're showing them stuff, you want to win them over so they can see that you're not just trying to talk them into buying every single house. I like to point out the flaws, help them understand I'm there for you, not to just try to make a quick buck. Allows the details of the agency agreement to be delayed. Nope, still got to talk about all those details. It's just that you're only talking about them. You're not writing them down. And they absolutely must include dual agency as part of the discussion. What do you mean by that? Question is it bad to have the client sign a contract regarding procuring cause of sale? So I guess that's going to fall into the realm of just any kind of a either exclusive or non-exclusive buyer agency agreement, right? So that's just procuring cause of sale means were you the generator or the cause of it? Was there an unbroken chain of events and did it result in the purchase? So that's sort of just built into that. So the question is, what are your options when you work with a buyer? And you could work for them with an exclusive buyer agency agreement, which we like the most because it protects us, the agent, the most. You could also sign an non-exclusive buyer agency agreement, which is something that's in writing, but it's allowing them to also work with others, maybe not any others, but specific others. So a good use of a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement might be they're moving here and they're not sure if they want to live in Raleigh or Charlotte. I mean, how do you handle that? We're not qualified. I'm in Charlotte. I'm not qualified, nor do I have MLS access for Raleigh. It would be bad judgment for me and putting myself above the client to try. All right. Unless I'm familiar with it because I grew up there and I also have an MLS subscription there. For the most part, that's out of my depth. So it might be that, and that's a fair question for them to ask. I don't know yet if I want to live in Raleigh or Charlotte. So what do? You could say, well, let me refer you to a good Raleigh agent. And if you end up buying in Charlotte, you'll use me. If you end up buying in Raleigh, you'll use her. And so let's use a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement. It's either going to be me or her, right? It's going to be me in Charlotte, her in Raleigh. And at least then you're getting a referral fee. Maybe you work it out with that other agent. Look, if they pick your town, then you'll pay me a referral fee. If they pick my town, then I'll pay you a referral fee. So at least it kind of makes it worth your while to show them, because that could be quite a bit of time you're putting in. So that'd be a nice use of that particular form, non-exclusive. And then it could also be the oral buyer agency where they just want to try you out and make sure that you're on the up and up. Does that help? Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's see. 22, I think, is the next one. The excise tax paid on the North Carolina property selling for $175,000 with a $25,500 down payment and a buyer assuming a mortgage. Out of all of these numbers, which one matters when determining excise tax? Excise tax is a sales tax. Sales tax is based on the sales price. So we just need the sales price, don't we? So it's just going to be $1 per $500 of the $175 sale price. So if we take that $175 sale price and divide it by 500, we get $350. Don't let him lead you astray with all this other stuff. Down payment doesn't matter. That lets you, if you were to take 175 minus 25.5, that would tell you the loan amount, but the excise tax is not based on the loan amount. So don't let them fool you with a bunch of extra garbage. Existing mortgage assumption, none of that is even relevant to this. $26. Which of the following is true about due diligence period in the North Carolina standard offer to purchase and contract? Well, let's think about it. Due diligence period. What money can you get back if the buyer backs out while they're still in the due diligence period? What money do they get back if they choose not to buy it? Yeah, because we should really call it an earnest money period, right? But yeah, earnest money is what's at stake. Why don't you get the due diligence money back if you back out during due diligence? Because you gave that up the moment it went under contract. You already gave it to them. It's non-refundable, yeah. And that seller gets to spend it immediately because it's probably never, ever going to have to be given back. And that due diligence period, what's the purpose of it? Why do you even have it built into the contract timeline? What are you doing during that time frame? Yeah, whatever you want to decide if you want to move forward. Any kind of research, inspections, appraisal, survey, the loan approval. Have enough time built into that due diligence time frame so that you can have a really strong idea that your loan is actually going to be approved. It might not be finally fully approved, but at least maybe a conditional approval. And it's just an amount of time that you can, back out. So with that said, what are our options? If the buyer, let's see, which of the following is true? Is it true that the buyer, if they exercise the option to terminate, they get a refund of their earnest money and due diligence fee? Nope. Within the due diligence period, all they're possibly getting back is the earnest money. Is it true that during this period, the terms of the contract can be renegotiated? That one might be confusing, but let's think about what are we doing? We're doing inspections for one thing. What if it comes back that it needs $10,000 of repairs? One thing that you might do to accomplish resolving that issue is, well, then let's drop the price by $10,000. So yeah, terms of the contract could certainly be renegotiated because of the various things the buyer finds out in all of their inspections and whatever else they're doing to check things out. Is it true that they must explain why they want to terminate? It's right there in the contract that they can back out for any reason or no reason. You don't have to explain it. All you have to do is say, hey, listing agent, sending over a written termination. My buyer doesn't want to buy it anymore. Now, they might very well say, oh my gosh, why not? But they are not owed an explanation. They just changed their mind. And they might still be mad about it. Well, your sellers got their due diligence money. That's part of the deal. But we do expect the earnest money back because we are backing out during the due diligence period. Is it true that the seller must repair any material defects that are discovered? Does the seller have to fix things? It's considered an as-is sale. All sales in North Carolina are considered as-is. It doesn't mean the seller can't fix things if they were to decide to. Sure, they could. Yeah, I gotcha. So yeah, 26. Let's go back to 23. Which of the following is true regarding North Carolina subdivisions? So what do we know about subdivisions? There wasn't too much. For one thing, what is officially considered a subdivision? How many divisions before it's considered something that has to follow the Subdivision Act? Only 2. Yeah, just 2. Chop it into 2 parts, and now it's got to fulfill the requirements of the Subdivision Act. The other thing is, Can a developer write contracts and go under contract with just a preliminary plat map? Hey, here's where we think everything's going to lay out. That lot you want to buy, it's going to be pretty much right here, preliminary. That's okay for the contract. But in order to close, it's got to be a final plat map that's recorded, locked in. Recorded means this is the way it's always going to be. We're putting it on public record. So know the difference between preliminary and final. And that's the answer here. So which of the following is true regarding subdivisions? The final plat map must be recorded before closing, not before writing an offer and getting it accepted and having it. Now we're under contract. Now let's go build the house. That could be preliminary, but final must be recorded before you can close. Is it true that a subdivision is any parcel of land divided into 5 or more lots? No, only 2. Is it true that no contract to purchase any lot is allowed until the final subdivision plat is recorded? No. Contract to purchase is allowed while it's still in preliminary stage. Subdivision streets must be privately maintained until the last lot is sold. No, they could go public. They could be converted to public maintenance, and probably good, the sooner the better, right? But many times in that new construction contract, it says, right now they're private, but I'm building them to the right DOT specs. I'm going to dedicate it to public maintenance, and hopefully they don't have to, but we hope that they do. The DOT, Department of Transportation, will say, yes, we will maintain these streets because you've built them properly. But it's all 3 of those things, by the way. You can build them to the specs. You can ask them to please take care of it, but they don't have to. They could come back and say no. And then maybe more work has to be done or maybe redone. So look for that answer, that little nuance. The DOT would have to accept it, or would, before it becomes public, the DOT must accept it and say, yes, we will maintain this. Yeah, I got 30 and 31 on the list. Let's see. I think that's the next one coming. No, 26. I think we did that one. Yeah, 30. In North Carolina property management, property manager cannot employ unlicensed persons to act as on-site leasing agents. Not true. Property manager is allowed to employ unlicensed people as long as they pay them W-2 salary. So A is not the right answer because it's not true. A person that is paid to manage property only for family members requires an active broker license. Is that true? Yeah, you're being paid to do real estate for another person, even no matter their standing and their fact that they're related to you. You're being paid to do real estate for family members. Even if it's only for family members, you still need the license. So B is the right answer. Property manager must be designated as a broker in charge. Not true. You can be a regular broker, not a broker in charge, to be a property manager. Is it true that a property manager cannot deposit tenant security deposits in the same trust account with earnest money for sales transactions? Not true. 31. The commission believes that a broker's responsibility for settlement statements include all the following, except which one? So we're looking for the thing that's not true. A broker is expected to confirm accuracy of all entries on the closing disclosure. Is that true? Do we as a broker have to confirm that the origination fee is correct? No. We don't know. That's not our fee. That's the lender's fee. So it's on the lender to verify that with the borrower, not us. What about the sales price? Are we required to confirm that that's been accurately represented? Yeah. What about the closing costs paid by seller? Yeah, that would be done with either a contract or an amendment. Maybe it was part of the negotiating of repairs. It was originally going to be that the seller doesn't pay any of the buyer's closing costs, but because there's $5,000 needed in repairs, instead of doing the repairs, the seller says, let me just pay $5,000 towards your closing costs. Well, we would need to confirm that was accurately reported and reflected on the closing statement as broker. Is it true that a broker is expected to verify entries known from the contract? Yes. So therefore, it's not the right answer to this question. And broker should verify that calculations are correct. Yes, we have to do that too. But they just plug it into a software program. I'm sure that does math better than we do. Well, yeah, but maybe they plugged it into the wrong place and it got added instead of subtracted. True story. We need to make sure this stuff is done right. The human element needs to check behind. And so because that's true, then the answer, what they were looking for, is the thing that's not true. So A. No. 37. Lender agrees to lend 80% of appraised value of a townhouse at 6.5% interest for 30 years. The home appraised for $125,000. The borrowers charged 2 discount points. How much will those points cost the buyer? So we need to find out the loan amount, because discount points are a portion of the loan amount. It's 1% of the loan amount. So 2 points are going to be 2% of the loan amount. What is the loan amount in this case? They're saying they agree to lend 80% of what? Appraised value. So what is the appraised value? It appraised for $125,000. So we need to calculate 80% of $125,000. And that number is $100,000. The appraised value is $125,000. 80% of that is $100,000. So that is the amount being borrowed. That's the loan amount. And so it's 2 discount points, which means 2% of that loan amount, which is $2,000. The 6.5% interest rate doesn't matter. The 30 years doesn't matter. And they could have even put in the contract price was $130,000, and that wouldn't have mattered, because the lender's going to lend based on the appraised value or the contract price, whichever's lower. If it appraises for less, the lender's not going to lend 80% on that contract price. They're only going to lend 80% on the appraised value. Let's take our break. See you back here in 10. Welcome back from the last break. All right, left off with 37. Let's do 38. 38, on January 1st, seller paid $23.45 in taxes for the current year. If she sold the property on June 23rd of that same year, how much would she be credited at closing? I don't like this question, but I didn't write it. Let's do some math, and then I'll talk to you about it. All right. If the taxes are paid for the whole year as of January 1st, although we know that's probably not going to happen because they can't even be paid till September 1st, right? Is that what you were thinking? That's what I'm thinking. But if they were, what do we need to do when we solve tax questions? We need to find out the daily. Step 1, calculate the daily taxes. So $23.45 divided by 360 is $6.51. Step 2, calculate the days the seller is responsible for. And in this case, we're closing on June 23rd, which is the 6th month, 23rd day of the 6th month. So that means 5 months at 30 days each. That's 150 days plus the 23 in June. 173 days is what the seller's responsible for. And then step 3, how much is the seller's portion of the bill? 173 days times $6.51. Or $1126.90. Oh, I got it. So that's what the seller's responsible for. But since she paid the whole year, we need to give her back some money. Forget about the whole thing for right now about the September 1st being when the taxes are due. Again, let's just work with what the question has given us, even though we know in real life that's probably not the truth. You can't pay the taxes on January 1st for the current year, but forget it. Let's just work with what they give us. Here's our closing, somewhere about the dead middle of the year. The seller has paid the whole year. The only part that they're responsible for paying is $1,126. So if we take the total for the whole year of $23.45 and subtract the amount that they're responsible for, that means $1,218.10 approximately is how much they should be given back for the second part of the year that they will no longer be the owner. And so, yeah, we got that as an answer choice. 1218 is B. There you go. So there's a good lesson. If the test gives you something that's confusing, just work with what they give you, right? It's kind of irrelevant. They're not testing you on when taxes are due. They're testing you on knowing how to give proper proration and handle the proration, right? So don't let that throw you. It wasn't anything more complicated than that. Does that make sense, though? They paid for the whole year. We need to give them back the portion in dollars that they are not going to be the owner. And that's the part that the buyer is going to be the owner. So when we calculated the seller's portion in step 3, we weren't done. All we knew is that that's how much they're responsible for. But since they paid the whole year, what needs to happen at closing? They need to get a seller credit for $12.18 and 10 cents. Because they won't be the owner in the second half of the year. $38, $39. It's the last one requested so far. If you have any other ones, oh boy, the big monster one. Let me know. Hey. Yeah. Sure. Yes. What do you mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Huh. Oh, really? Is that the only one that's been that way tonight? The only one? That's weird. I figured if there were two different versions, all of them would be different, huh? All right, then give me what you got and we'll do it. Read off what you have, if you don't mind. Okay, so the same thing except smarter because they're making it apply to the actual way it's done, basically. So instead of closing on June 23rd, the closing was October 1st. And that's after September. And so that makes more sense. He probably just rewrote it because of that reason. So same tax amount, but different closing day. Wait. Oh, you said she paid the $2,300 on October 1st, and she closed on December 1st? Is that right? Yeah. Okay, good. I got you. I see what he did. So here we are, December 1st, 12/1. That's when it was closed. But back here in October, paid the whole year's taxes. We just need to figure out the buyer's portion of tax obligation from December 2nd through the end of the year. Same concept, better dates that comply more with real life scenario. So step 1, calculate the daily taxes, which we already did. So 2345 divided by 360, as we did before. 651. Step 2, calculate seller's days. Again, even though it's tempting to say, well, there's only, 29 days left in the whole year, I promise you, it's a 50-50 chance you'll forget about the day of closing. So let's just calculate seller's days. We've got 11 months at 30 days per month. We've got the 12th month on the 1st. And so what's 30 times 11? That's what, 311? Wait, am I doing that right? It's too late for math. 330. 330 days plus the 1 day in December. 331 days is the seller's responsibility. Step 3, calculate or multiply those two together. 331 times $6.51. So the seller's responsibility is $21.54.81. But we need in step 4 to figure out the buyer's portion. So 2345 minus the 2154. So the buyer's portion is 190.19 cents. And that's going to be a credit to the seller. Good? Okay. That's probably it, but let's double check and do rounding. I just left numbers in the calculator. 2345 divided by 360. We'll call it 350. Okay, 651. You said what answer you got or was in there? 195. Interesting. What are the other ones? I believe that 195 would probably be, it's the closest one, even though that seems like a lot of rounding error. I'm not sure what they did on that problem, but that'd probably still get the right answer. Let's talk about the other, unless you have other questions about these exams, let's do the other property tax possibilities. What if we close on July 30, taxes for the year are $57.19. How would the taxes be showing up on the closing disclosure? First of all, can the seller pay them at this point in the year? No, because it's before September 1st. So they haven't been paid at all. None of the taxes have been paid at all. And I haven't forgotten about number 39. We'll do that next. Well, step 1. Calculate daily taxes. If they're $57.19 for the year, what are they for the per the day? $15.87. Step 2, seller's days. What'd you get for seller's days? Sorry, I guess I meant 1589. Seller's days are going to be, we're closing July 30th. That's the 7th month, 30 days. So 6 months before that at 30 days each. It's 180 plus 30. It's 210. Step 3, multiply them together. So the seller's portion of responsibility is $33.36 and 8 cents. Is that the number we need? And if so, what do we do with this number? Debit, credit, buyer, seller, which one? We're going to debit the seller and credit the buyer. $3,336 because here's our closing in July. We need to get the amount the seller's responsible for and just send it on over to the buyer's side so that they can add it to their portion and send that tax bill in no later than December 31st. Right? What if we do all of this same stuff except instead of closing July 30th, we close October 3rd, and the seller has not paid the taxes yet. Step 1 was calculating the daily taxes. I gave you a break on that. Step 2, calculate the seller's days again. Guess I could have left that one alone. That was 7 months times 30, so 210 days. Step 3, 210 times 1587. Sorry, 89. I don't remember. Let's go with 87. 33, 32, 70. Are we done? If the taxes have not been paid and we're closing after September 1st, then we need to figure out the seller's portion, which we just did, 33, 32, 70. And we need to figure out the buyer's portion separately. So step 4 is going to be just take the total of 57.19 and subtract the seller's portion to find out what the buyer's responsible for. $23.8630. And then it's going to be 2 debits. It will not be a proration. We're going to debit the seller their portion, and we're going to debit the buyer the part that they're responsible for, that they're going to be the owner in the year of closing. Right. We feeling a little zombification right now? Is it too late for math? You want to work on, somebody asked for 39, I think. That's a monster problem. 39. Okay, I gotcha. I don't know if I have the answer for that. We might have to make it. I would if I could. I mean, the answer is C, but do you mean the breakout? And like why C is the right answer? All right, let's get to the bottom of it. All right, let's see. Let me free some stuff up over here. Okay. All right, let's see. We've got, the question is, how much cash does the buyer need to bring to settlement? So we can just focus on the buyer. We can leave out anything the seller's got something to do with. So I'm just going to make a little list over here. And I'm just going to say, buyer debits and credits. So, sale price. Is that something on the buyer's side? $124.9 is a big buyer debit. Buyer's got to pay that, right? Closing date we'll deal with later as needed. Real property taxes for the year. So what I usually do is go down through and pick the ones that I can just fill in the blanks first. Then I'll do calculations later. Include, that'd be HOA. What about earnest money for the buyer? What does that count as? A debit or a credit? Yeah, credit. Earnest money is a credit to the buyer at closing. What about seller loan payoff? Does that have anything to do with the buyer? Nope. We don't have to think about it because we're looking for what the buyer needs to bring. What about how much the brokers get paid? Again, no. That's a seller thing. What about financing? Well, we do need to know what the loan amount is, and it's 90% of the sale price. So $124.9 was the sale price. What's 90% of that? I get $112,410. And so I'm putting that as a credit to the buyer. Does that make sense why? Because the buyer is getting the benefit of that entire amount. And when we put that in the credit column and the price in the debit column, then the math makes the down payment get into the picture. All right, it tells us about an interest rate, but it also tells us a 1% origination fee. Now that we know a loan amount of $112,410, then an origination fee is 1% of that. So basically $1,124.10. Because we're just taking 1% of $112,410. Looks like this. There it is. 1124.1. And half of a discount point. If one discount point is 1% of the loan amount, then 0.5 is a half. So 0.5 times, or let's say 112,410 times 0.5% sign. So that's $562.05. Paid before closing, borrower paid for appraisal report and credit report. When it says paid before closing, they might also say paid outside of closing. It was handled already. So we don't charge them that again. They already paid it. And we're not giving them a credit. It's just not going to factor into this at all. It won't be credited to them. They already paid it, but they don't have to pay it again either. So it's a non-issue. We don't even put it in the list. On the closing statement, it'll show as POC, paid outside of closing, and they will know not to include it as what any amount has anything to do with how much the buyer needs to bring. Interim interest through March 30th on the borrower's new mortgage loan. Well, we could go ahead and do that one. Interim interest. When are we closing? Close March 28th, okay. So interim interest, closing on 3/28. How much is the interest rate? It was 6.5%. And how much was the loan amount? 112,410. We got that already. When we do those two things together, I get 7306.65. That's annually. Now we need to turn that into daily. Which is $20.20, I'll call it 30 cents. $20.30. How many days do we multiply that by? $20.30. If we close on the 28th, 30 days in the month minus the 28, that's 2. But because it's interim interest, we need to add one more day because the buyer needs to pay for the day of closing. So it's going to be 3 days. So I'm going to say $60.89. You might have gotten it different if you cleared it out and put in the rounded version. But we'll pretty much say $60.89 for interim interest. All right, what's left? What's next? Private mortgage insurance premium of 0.5% of the original loan amount. Well, that's sort of like how we did the discount points, isn't it? So 562.05 is going to be the same number too, isn't it? It was 0.5% of the loan amount. And that was the same thing as what the discount points were. Borrower's homeowner's insurance premium for the whole year, $575 to be paid at closing. We'll cram that in there to the debit column. Homeowner's insurance, that's what I'm looking like so far. Due diligence fee of $50. Wow, what year are we in? Due diligence fee. What is that, a debit or a credit? You got it. 50 big old dollars. Okay. Escrow deposits. Oh boy. 8 months of property taxes, 2 months of homeowner's insurance, and 2 months of PMI. So let me get it straight here. 8 months of taxes, 2 months of homeowners, 2 months of PMI. All right, let's take it from the top down. 8 months of taxes. How much were the taxes for the whole year? $10.14. So what do we need to divide $10.14 by to get monthly taxes? To get monthly taxes. There you go. Easy one to kind of lose track of, so watch out. when we're setting up escrows, it's about monthly. So that's $84.50 per month. It's 8 months that they want us to collect. So that's another debit of $676 for tax escrow. And then homeowners insurance. I get that premium was $575. How do we get that per month? Same thing, divide by 12. $47.92 per month. 2 months of those. Or $95.84. Here's what I'm looking like so far. Messy. Now, here's a little trick. A little not trick, but it's just the way it goes. When we're dealing with setting up escrows, remember the reason for it? It's so the lender has a cushion in the account. So when these different bills come due, it's plenty there to pay with. When it comes to the PMI, the last two things we did, we divided the whole year's worth by 12 to get monthly, but you don't do that with PMI. They will usually give you a renewal rate of some sort, and you'll use that number. So you don't take like the whole year's worth of PMI and divide by 12. You have to do it the way they give it to you. And in this case, they're saying the renewal rate is 0.35% of the loan amount. So if the renewal rate is 0.35% of the loan amount, and the loan amount was $112,410, then what is that number? $112,410. Yeah. $393,435. Is that what you got? Don't forget to do 0.35 and the percent sign. It's 0.35% times the loan amount. So $393 and change. But it's 2 months of those. So 2 times that. So that's going to be a $786.87 for PMI escrow. All right. What's next? Just going down the list. Now it's just pretty much knowing who pays what. What about attorney fees? Yeah. Mm-hmm. What'd you do? There you go. There you go. Yep. 0.35% times that loan amount. Who pays the attorney fees? The person who hires the attorney. And who hires the attorney? Buyer or seller? Buyer. You got it. So $375 for attorney fee. Just what about title insurance premium for the lender? $250. Who's paying that? You got it. What about deed preparation fee? Who pays to prepare the deed so that they can now convey it to someone else? Like if you're selling your car, you pay to get it washed. Seller. So we don't need to worry about that here because we're only concerned with what the buyer's bringing. What about recording that new deed that just got put into your name? The buyer cares about that. Seller's going to be long gone, so the buyer is going to want to pay that $15 to record the deed. Borrower's mortgage recording fee, that's another way of saying the deed of trust recording fee. And again, borrower's benefiting from that because they're not going to get the loan unless they do record it. Excise tax, do we care about that for the buyer's side? Nope, that's a seller expense. Survey, does the buyer care about the survey? You bet. So they get to pay for it. Pest inspection, $80. Home inspection, $400. Are these still buyer expenses? So far. Courier fee for mailing the loan documents to the buyer's lender. Yeah, that needs to happen. What about mailing the loan payoff to the seller's lender? Nope, buyer's not worried about that one. Here's what I have so far. I've got some room, and we still need some room because there's a couple of big items that we still haven't done because I did the smaller ones first. So now let's circle back around and see what we skipped. We left off with calculations at interim interest. So we're going to need to calculate HOA and taxes. I think that's all that's left. Unpaid HOA annual dues, prorate at closing. What do you think we're going to do for HOA if the dues are $250 a year? $250 for the whole year, prorate at closing, and they're unpaid. They haven't been paid for the whole year. When are we closing? March 28th. So it's going to be like a sort of like a tax proration because they haven't been paid. Neither have the taxes when you close in March. And just says prorated closing. It's going to be a very small amount of money, but let's take a look. So we've got HOA for the whole year, $250 per year. We're closing here on March 28th. Here's the seller's portion of the year. Here's the buyer's portion of the year. And we're going to need to collect the entire amount for the rest of the year. So we need to calculate this piece for the buyer to be paid at closing. So they'll be all paid up through the end of the year for HOA. What are we going to need? HOA dollars per year needs to be converted to daily. So 250 divided by 360. It's 69 cents. We're just going to leave that in the calculator. Per day. Step 2, how many days to the seller? And then we'll get the buyer's portion from that. So seller's days are, for closing March 28th, that means 2 months at 30 days a month. 60 days plus 28 days. 88 days. Step 3, 88 days times 0.6944. Blah, blah, blah. That's $61. And 11 cents to the seller. Now let's get the buyer's portion for the year. It's going to be a bigger portion because there's more days left. So step 4. Let's take the total of $250 for the whole year and subtract those $61. So the buyer's portion is $188.89. And so what they will really do is collect the seller's portion from the seller and the buyer's portion from the buyer and add them together and send it into the HOA. But for this problem, all we're worried about is making sure $188 gets put into the buyer's debit column, $188.89. And that leaves our old friend, the tax calculation. You never thought you'd be so happy to see the taxes to calculate. Have not yet been paid. Well, of course not. They can't be paid. No surprise there. What are they? They are 1014 for the whole year. Did we? Hope so. That'd be nice. I don't think we did. Did we? No, we just did tax escrow. So that's a good lesson. I'm glad you mentioned that. When you see that monster problem, you're going to see taxes mentioned to figure out what needs to be put into the escrow account, but you're also going to need to prorate taxes as well as a whole separate thing. You'll see taxes twice for those two different reasons. You'll also see homeowners insurance twice for those two reasons. Figuring out the escrow portion, but also figuring where you put in the first year's premium. There it is. HO for paying that first year's premium and HO for the escrow. So taxes, we've got 1014 for the whole year. We need to figure out the daily. That's $2.82 per day. That was step one. Step two, seller's days. We did that in that last problem. That still applies. Seller's days are still 88. And so 88 times 282. Seller's tax responsibility is $248.16. And step three, get the buyer's portion, because that's the thing we care about for this. Actually, no, we don't need the buyer's portion. What we need to do is take the seller's portion and credit it to the buyer. Because when we're closing before September 1st, we're going to take that $248.16 seller's portion, debit it from the seller's side, and credit it to the buyer's side. So we're going to put this $248.16 in the credit column for the buyer. And I've encroached upon my columns. So we're going to cram it right here. $248.16 tax. Now let's kind of just go down through it and make sure we've got something for everything. We got our sales price. We got our taxes. We just did it. We've got our HOA. We did our earnest money. We don't need to do loan payoff because it's only the buyer's side. We don't need to do brokerage commission for the same reason. We've done everything we need to do with loan stuff. Origination fee, discount points. We did interim interest. We did private mortgage insurance. We did the $575 homeowners premium for the year. The due diligence is credited to the buyer. We've got our 8 months and 2 months and 2 months of various things for setting up escrow. We did attorney fee, title insurance premium. Didn't need to do deed prep. That's a seller expense. But we did need to do deed recording fee and borrower's mortgage recording fee for the deed of trust, also known as the mortgage. Excise tax is a seller thing. Don't need to do that for the buyer. survey, pest inspection, home inspection, courier for mailing to the buyer's lender, but not courier for the seller. I think we got everything. Now, if we just total it up correctly, we should have it. So the credits are earnest money, loan amount, due diligence, and taxes. So let's see what this big old column adds up to. And here, I highly suggest you do it this way. Add up the columns and then subtract the credits from the debits. Don't try to take this number and then subtract that and then subtract and then add back in. You will mess up. Not worth it. It is so much more confusing. If nothing else, it's harder to find where you messed up if you go zigzagging back and forth down through there. Best practice, add up all of these columns, this whole column together. So 124.9 plus 1124.10. And be careful that you're putting it in right and the right decimals and stuff. Plus 562.05 plus 60.89 plus 562.05 again because it turned out to be like the same percentage, plus 575 plus 676 plus 95.84 plus 786.87 plus 375 plus 250 plus 15 plus 28 plus 350 plus 80 plus 400 plus 25 plus 188.89. I get 131,054.69. And then if we take these few little credits of 2,000 plus 112,410 plus 50 plus 248.16, those credits are 114,708.16. Now if we subtract one of those from the other, then that buyer $16,346.53. That doesn't sound right. Looks right, but I don't remember that being right from the problem. Let's see what we did. $15,375. Let's see. Off by $971. Yeah, and this is where you got to make a decision while you're on the test. It's like, how much time do I have? How many more questions are there? If I ran into this in this situation, real world, I'm probably going to bail and skip it for now and see how many more I need to do and go ahead and get them done. Then let's come back here when you're like, well, this is the last one to worry about. Now let's go back through and check. Don't be that I got to defeat this monster person and take up time that you could be spending on the last 15 questions. Right. So let's see. We did our price. And let me handle a couple wrap up things here, and I'll stick around and at least go back through this once and see if we can find it. And if we can't, I'll check with Jason and see if he's got an answer key for it before tomorrow. But first, since we're close to time, yeah, I'll be glad to. Let me give you a couple little things here. Oops, 1 second. There we go. Do a little screenshot of this mess. That's weird. Where did that come from? Okay, that should be right. Let me stick that in here. Okay. All right. Yeah, when it comes to this monster problem, wherever it should probably fall toward the end, but if there are some more questions left over, I'd give it that amount of time that we just gave it. If it, well, see, the thing is, you're going to have an answer and you're not going to know. So you're going to need to just make sure that you've checked as best you can, and feel pretty confident. But I might check back through it one more time, but not until I've finished every other question. Right. Right now we have the luxury of knowing that it's not the right answer because we see the right answer. But in the test, you might feel pretty good about it. I felt okay about it, except not. So I'll find out and get back to you before tomorrow morning, like around in the morning. What else for this test strategy? Just again, take your time, deep breaths. We'll talk a little bit before we actually start it tomorrow night. What other questions? Did I miss any other questions about practice exams? I'm not planning to shut you down like right now. If you still have questions, if any of you need to go, you certainly can. And I'll see you tomorrow night. But if you want to hang out and ask any other questions, feel free. I'm fine just sitting here hanging out for a little while longer. And you tell me. What else? Oh, somebody asked about valid, void, and voidable. Let's talk about that real quick. Let's see. Let's do this. Here we go. Valid, void, and voidable. What are we talking about here? Does it mean that if you have a void contract that it's no good and you can't close on it? No, you could still close on it. That's like the primarily important thing to remember. It's not like a lottery ticket and you're only supposed to scratch one box, but you scratch two and you voided it. It's no good. That's not the same thing here. It's about who has consequences for backing out or for breaching. And when it is a void contract, which party, buyer, seller, or both, have no consequences if they choose to breach? Can either of them breach and the other party can't do anything about it? That's it. With a void contract, think about void. When you think void, just think the best example is no contract in writing. It's just a handshake. And back in the day, that meant something. But sadly, in this day and age, it's whatever the court can hold your feet to, right? Hold your feet to the fire. It's like, can you enforce it? No. Not an oral contract. If it's not in writing, it's not enforceable in a court of law. Therefore, if the seller decides to just not sell it anymore because they just said, you know what, let's just meet at the attorney's in a month and I'll sell it to you for $300,000. And the seller thinks or goes home and talks to the spouse and the spouse is like, 300? I was thinking 800. Oh, sorry. Well, I'll call him up tomorrow and tell him that the deal's off. And you call him up tomorrow and he's like, what? The deal's off? We shook on it. I know, but I talked to my spouse and And they said they didn't want to do it. Nothing he can do about it. It's not in writing. It's not enforceable. It's void. It's void because neither party can enforce it against the other one. It's not void because it's not closable. What if that night the one who argued about the price did some research on Zillow and realized, oh, wait a minute, the prices are terrible. It turns out 300 is a great price. Okay, let's just do it. Or their circumstances changed and they're like, let's just get the money and run, get out of here. Then they could go back to the seller or the buyer, whichever one, and say, yeah, the deal's back. Okay, then let's do it. They can still close. Even if it's a void contract, it can still be closed. But along the way, from the moment the contract is made all the way until closing day, either party could back out / breach, and there's nothing that could be done about it. There are no consequences to that. When it's a voidable contract, one of the two parties can back out or breach, and there's nothing that the other one can do about it. Which party can breach a voidable contract? Which one? It's only one of them, but it's the side that is not necessarily buyer or seller. It's the side that is, what is voidable about it? It's about the people. It's about their capacity to sell or to buy. Their capacity meaning 18, sane or sober. When it's voidable, we're talking about, are they 18? Were they sane when they entered into it? Were they sober when they entered into it? If they weren't sane or they weren't sober or they weren't 18, then the whole time that we're under contract all the way to closing day, they could back out and there's nothing the other side could do about it. Right? Because it's voidable. They could still close though. Just because they were drunk when they signed the contract, the whole way up to closing, they could say, never mind, I was drunk, I was crazy. Or they could say, you know what, I'm a pretty good negotiator when I'm drunk, let's go for it. Either could happen. And it's okay. So it's more about the consequences. Which side has them? The side that wasn't 18, that wasn't sane, that wasn't sober. That's the case when it's voidable. But only that side can back out. Only that side is not enforceable. The party that was 18, sane and sober has to fulfill their promises. They are held to that same standard, to the higher standard of, yeah, you made promises, then if you try to breach, then the opposite party can pursue them in court of law. So that's why we say it that way. A voidable contract is only enforceable against the one party. And then a valid contract means both sides are going to suffer if they try to breach. What if it's the seller who breaches and says, never mind, just kidding, don't want to sell anymore, day before closing, not interested? What is available as a remedy to the buyer when the seller breaches? What can that buyer do to that seller if the seller says, I don't want to sell anymore? It's not the same thing as if the buyer just changes their mind, because the buyer has the right to change their mind for any reason or no reason. They don't have to buy it. But when it's the seller that changes their mind, yeah, that buyer can sue them for specific performance. Yeah. That is not either direction. When the buyer breaches, the seller doesn't sue the buyer for specific performance. It's only the seller who gets sued for specific performance. And then also, if the seller breaches, getting sued for specific performance, and they could also be sued for all the various things this buyer spent, amounts that they spent, earnest money, due diligence money, inspections, appraisal, survey, the whole deal. But on the buyer's side, if they don't fulfill, if they breach, meaning choose not to buy it, then the seller has available to them a couple of remedies. And what are those remedies that the seller has available to them if the buyer backs out? Yeah, the liquidated damages in the form of earnest money and due diligence money. It sounds weird to say the buyer's breaching, they're not buying. Yeah, but we know they might not buy it. We see it in the contract. It says for any or no reason, but that's still considered a breach, and that's okay. What does that mean? It means the seller's going to get either the due diligence and the earnest, or the due diligence and not the earnest. Depends on where in the process, before or after the due diligence deadline, as to how much money that seller might get. So a valid contract means there's consequences for both sides if one of them tries to breach. It's all about enforceability in a court of law. Does that help? I don't remember who said the question. What else? Dual agency. Which of the old car responsibilities is not in play when we're dealing with dual agency? We have an agent in a firm representing both the buyer and the seller. Yeah, loyalty's off the table. We tell them, look, guys, I can't give you preferential treatment. Yeah, but I'm the seller and you met me first. We've been on the market for 5 months. Doesn't matter. If you allow dual agency and the buyer allows it and my firm allows me to do it, and if I'm willing to do it, then it's got to be that I'm a mediator more than anything else. I can't give you preferential treatment, period. I don't give away your secrets. I'm not going to tell the buyer the lowest that you might take, or you can't tell you the most the buyer might be willing to pay. But besides that, I have to be honest and ethical, and I just can't give preferential treatment. I don't like that. I'm out of here. I'm going to go down the road, find another firm. Then I'll come back and buy your listing with my own buyer agent. Okay, you could do that, but I've got one more option for you. You could also let me connect you with a great agent in my firm, and we could make them your designated dual agent, designated buyer agent. Same thing. And in that situation, now loyalty's back. They're your designated dual agent. The loyalty's back on the table. They can't know any secrets about my seller, and I don't know any secrets about you. So I'm going to represent my seller as their designated agent. Going to connect you with a good agent in my firm that's your designated agent, and now we can treat it like two separate firms. Now, once you're in the transaction, you started it out not knowing any secrets about the opposite party. But now that you're in it, maybe a file got left out, or maybe you overheard a phone conversation and you did learn something negotiating secrets about the other party. What is your obligation? Are you allowed to tell your client the thing you learned that might affect the other party's negotiation? Yeah, you're required to. But do you think maybe the firm might have some legal trouble if somebody finds out that secrets were found out, like within the walls of the firm? Yeah. That person whose secrets got found out might pursue the firm and say, you didn't keep secrets well enough. So there's that. So the difference between designated and dual agency. What else? Trouble spots. You tell me. Anything else? I got a closing in the morning, but besides that, I'm pretty flexible. Closing's at 10:30, and I've got a couple things here and there. But if you do have questions or anything, just let me know. Text me, email me. I'll be watching. I'll be happy to talk to you. I'll get this answer key from Jason and get it to you, so we don't just spend all night trying to find $971. But what else? Don't do this. Don't bail on the test. Some people get really freaked out, and the closer the test comes, they're like, you know what? I'm just not going to take it. Never mind. If I only had one more week. Or if you don't take it tomorrow night, Can you take it next week on the makeup day? Yes, you can, but you won't have a backup plan. If you skip tomorrow and take it next week on Wednesday instead, and then if you miss the passing by even a point, if you get like 74 instead of 75, you got nowhere to go. You guess what? You're going to have to take the class over again. At least if you take it tomorrow, you're kind of going to have a chance to only have to retake the test or one part of it, national or state or both, next week. So it's best to just go through with the plan, just stick it out, just treat it like a trial run. Play whatever mind games you need to play with yourself to talk yourself off the ledge and just think, you know what? This is a part of the steps to the journey. Let me just experience the actual real final exam. That's worth something. Even if you have to take the class over again later, it's invaluable that you would have taken 6 practice exams and 1 actual real class final exam. That's going to add up like cumulatively. That's going to be like compounding interest of knowledge in your brain. All of that works. Yes. Whatever test you have left to do, as long as you've done at least each of the 6 practice exams at least once by, let's say, I think he checks one more time like an hour before class. So just get them done, like say by 3 or 4 tomorrow, I think. But the sooner the better. So you'll be fine. A couple of you still need to do a couple of them. Your brains probably feel full. Go to sleep. Get up. Hopefully you can have some time tomorrow to spend a little bit of prep time on it. But yes, same exact time. Just start signing on the same way as we normally do. We'll spend a few minutes in the beginning of class talking like this. Jason will be here and he'll go through the procedure and hit some highlights just as a little recap here and there. But most of the time we want to make sure you have to spend on the 1.5 plus 2, so 3.5 hours. Other than that, you let me know what I can do for you, and I will see you tomorrow night. Take care, you guys. You too.